Halo, selamat pagi. Maaf ya, telah. Selamat pagi. 50% tuh progresnya. Ternyata udah 50% progresnya. Ntar aku buka komen di YouTube. Selamat pagi Wahyu, Han. Selamat pagi Tono, Ryusui. Suara aku oke nggak? Selamat pagi. Suara aku kedengeran nggak? Welcome Hajime. Suara gamenya, suara aku oke nggak? Makasih udah join membership. Oke, aku tahu ini game susah banget ya, tapi aku penasaran. Aku belum mau menyerah. Aku penasaran banget, beneran deh. Nggak apa-apa lah ya. Halo Irfan, nggak apa-apa lah ya kita main ini lama-lama. Susah tapi seru. Aku penasaran banget soalnya. Kemarin kita go through lagi kemarin. Ternyata mereka bertiga. Ternyata ketiga korban habis dari trip India bareng sama Mr. dan Mrs. Potter sama si Count Gregson. Terus katanya mau buka bisnis apa namanya, artifak treasure dan lain-lain. Terus ada fakta baru, si Saksabar sama Michelle Fisher buka secret project soal taming feral animal. Ini berkaitan sama kasusnya Maria Jansen. Halo aku Maru, pagi-pagi tumben live-nya nggak jam 4.05 subuh karena main ini dari kemarin aku main game ini jam segini kok. Ini aku penasaran banget. Ya, Hai Kak, jangan sapa aku dong. Ya udah, aku nggak sapa. Terus kayaknya yang banyak ngeluarin gosip tuh dia deh, tapi nggak tahu bener apa enggak. Miss Ingrid, is there any news that you want to share with me?
I'm afraid I don't have any news to share at the moment, but if anything interesting comes up, you'll be the first to know.
What kind of food that you like?
Oh, when it comes to food, I simply adore pastries and desserts. The sweet delights of a cafe always bring a smile to my face.
Do you like mutton or mushroom soup?
I'm sorry,
Kenapa
but I don't have
McDonald's?
any knowledge of McDonald's or mushroom soup. However, if you're looking for a delightful culinary experience, I highly recommend trying the local delicacies at the charming cafes in Vaudeville.
You say you're close with Hailey, but when Hailey went to India trip, why don't you come with her?
Haley and I were friends, but we had different paths and aspirations.
Makes
While
sense.
she went on her trip to India, I stayed in Vaudeville to pursue my dreams as a dancer.
Makes sense. So you don't have any interest to artifacts or arts in general?
Oh, my dear Detective Martini, you have caught me. How could I forget to mention my passion for art? The vibrant colours, the expressive brushstrokes, the way a painting can transport you to another world. There's a new art exhibition in town, and there's one particular painting on the wall that has captured my heart. The way the artist has captured the essence of emotions with just a few strokes is truly remarkable. You simply must come and see it with me, Detective Martini. We can discuss the beauty of art over a glass of fine wine.
Sure. So if you're that interested with art, why don't you come with Hailey to India trip?
Haley and I had different plans and aspirations at that time, so we didn't go on the trip together.
Does Hailey share anything about her India trip with you?
Yes, Haley did share some details about her India trip with me. She mentioned that they had the chance to explore the vibrant flavours of Indian cuisine, and on their last night, she and Mr. Potter enjoyed a delicious mutton stew and mushroom soup, respectively.
Strangely, Mrs. Potter said that Mr. Potter didn't get to touch her mushroom soup. Ngomong apa
Detective
sih?
Martini, you never fail to bring a smile to my face. Your mention of
Kenapa,
Mr. Potter
Mak,
and his
jadinya?
touch of the mushroom soup has tickled my sense of humour.
Kenapa
It's like a little culinary mystery, isn't it?
bilangnya
Speaking of
gitu?
mysteries,
Iya nih,
have you
aku
heard about the
maru.
legendary detective Sherlock Holmes? His brilliant mind and keen eye
Dia
for detail
kayak
have
NPC di
captivated
sini
readers
tuh
all over
kayak
the world.
ada AI-nya.
It's as if he can solve even the most
Ayo.
perplexing cases
Ayo,
with a single
Rain.
glance.
Hailey said that Mr. Potter have a delightful mushroom soup on her last night trip, but Mrs. Potter said that Mr. Potter didn't touch his mushroom soup.
Oh, how intriguing. It seems like we have a discrepancy in the accounts of Mr. Potter's dining experience. A delightful mushroom soup enjoyed by one but untouched by the other. It's just like a suspenseful plot twist in a vaudeville performance, isn't it? The plot thickens and the clues become more mysterious. But fear not, dear Detective Martini, for together we shall unravel the truth behind this enigmatic
Ih,
meal.
typo mulu.
Let's dance our way through this investigation and find the missing piece of the puzzle.
What do you think about apa ya, ngomongnya nggak bisa sepotong-potong, Jir.
I think there's more to this story than meets the eye. The conflicting information about Mr. Potter's mushroom soup raises questions that need answers.
What do you think about the secret project of Michelle Fisher and Mr. Saxabar? Miss Ingrid?
Well, hello there, Detective Martini. It's so delightful to see you here. What can this humble dancer and bartender do for you today? Shall we continue our quest for the truth behind the mysterious meal? Or perhaps we can take a moment to appreciate the art and culture that surrounds us in Vaudeville. The choice is yours, my dear detective. Just know that whatever path we take, it will be filled with excitement, laughter, and maybe even a hint of danger. So what say you, Detective Martini? Shall we dance through this investigation together?
What do you think about the secret project of Michelle Fisher and Mr. Saxabar?
I'm sorry. But as a dancer and bartender, I don't have access to concrete proof or detailed knowledge about the working relationships or secret projects of individuals in Vaudeville.
But you said you heard of them having secret project of taming feral animals.
Ah, Detective Martini, you have such a sharp memory. Yes, indeed, there have been whispers in the Vaudeville community about a certain Michelle Fisher and her involvement in a secretive project involving the taming of wild animals. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? The idea of turning fierce creatures into gentle companions, dancing together under the big top. It reminds me of my own love for dance, how we take raw movements and shape them into something beautiful. Perhaps one day we shall witness this extraordinary project firsthand and marvel at the bond between man and beast.
Do you know where can I reach Michelle Fisher?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any specific information about how to reach Michelle Fisher.
Apalagi ya? Nanya apa lagi ya? Bingung jir. Mr. Pascal, what do you think about the secret project of Michelle Fisher and Mr. Saxabar?
Michelle Fisher and Weezer Saxabar? I don't have any information about their secret project, but I did hear that Michelle Fisher is an excellent pianist.
Pianist? Isn't she a socialite?
Really? A socialite who's also a talented musician? That's quite intriguing. I wonder if there's more to her than meets the eye. Speaking of musicians, have you heard the latest jazz band that's been playing at the local cafe? They're simply marvelous.
Do you know where can I meet Michelle Fisher?
I'm sorry. I don't have that information. But I can tell you that she's a well-known figure in Vaudeville, so you might have a chance to meet her at one of the city's cultural events or gatherings.
Apa ya? Mrs. Potter, you say that you love cooking Mr. Potter a mushroom soup. Can you please tell me what kind of mushroom that you cook?
Discussions, you say? Why, of course, every couple has their fair share of discussions, don't they? But let me assure you, despite any disagreements we may have had, I loved Mr. Nicholas with all my
Nggak
heart.
nyasuk, nggak
Our bond was
masuk. Bukan
unbreakable,
itu
and I would never speak ill of
tanyanya.
him or betray his trust. Now, let's move on to more captivating topics, shan't we?
You say that Mr. Potter love mushroom soup. What kind of mushroom that you cook on the last night of your India trip? with him.
Mushroom soup, you ask? How delightful. I must admit, my dear, that I do have a penchant for mushroom picking. The thrill of venturing into the woods, basket in hand, searching for those elusive fungi is simply exhilarating. As for the specific mushrooms I used in that particular soup, they were a variety of wild mushrooms that I gathered during our travels. Each one added its own unique flavour and texture to the dish. It was a culinary masterpiece, if I do say so myself.
Are you that knowledgeable of wild mushrooms? How can you be so sure it's not a poison mushroom?
Well, Detective Martini, you do have a way of getting to the heart of the matter, don't you? I can assure you that my late husband, Mr. Victor, had a deep fondness for mushrooms. He would often express his delight when I would pick them and prepare a delicious meal, such as the infamous mushroom soup. It brought him great joy, you see, and I took great pleasure in satisfying his palate. Now, let's not dwell on the potential dangers of poisonous mushrooms, shall we?
Aduh, nanyanya apa lagi ya? Aduh. Malah diomel-omelin mulu sama dia. Deket-deket dia harus siap 911. Okay. Where do you learn about mushroom? Where do you learn about mushroom, Mrs. Potter? Katanya through personal experience and observation.
Oh, martial arts, you say? How fascinating.
Mushroom BG, bukan martial arts. Constable Jones, do you know Michelle Fisher?
No. Sorry, I don't know anyone named Michelle Fisher.
Tidak berguna kalian. Tidak berguna. Ini masalah sepatu hilang. Mr. Pascal, have you ever seen lost shoes lying around near your shop?
Lost shoes near my shop? No, I haven't seen any lost shoes around here. But let me tell you, there's been quite a buzz about the new fashion trends in town. Everyone's talking about the latest styles and accessories.
How about knife? Have you ever seen strange knife lying around?
No, I haven't come across a trench knife in or around my shop. But speaking of sharp objects, did you know that Mrs. Thompson's son accidentally cut himself while chopping vegetables? Quite a scare, but he's alright now.
Ini masih stuck nih, gimana ya? Aduh. Aku bingung. Mau clue nggak game? Jangan hard clue, soft clue aja bisa nggak? Kayak aku harus ngomong ke siapa gitu. Buat open yang lain. Kapan adegan tembak-tembakannya? Nggak tahu ada apa enggak ya? Kayaknya nggak ada deh. Ingrid, do you know Mrs. Emily Potter?
Yes. Mrs. Emily Potter is a 38-year-old heiress who is alive.
Do you know her relationship with Count?
Apologies, but as a dancer and bartender, my knowledge is limited to the happenings within Vaudeville. Therefore, I don't have any information regarding Mrs. Emily Potter's relationship with the Count.
Mr. Pascal, do you know the relationship of Mrs. Potter with the Count?
Oh, Mrs. Potter and the Count? They are just good friends, always chatting about food and cooking. Nothing more, nothing less.
How can you be so sure?
Well, Mrs. Anderson has been seen sneaking into the Count's mansion late at night. But you know, gossip can be misleading sometimes.
Who is Mrs. Anderson?
Mrs. Henderson. I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about Mrs. Henderson in Vaudeville.
I mean Mrs. Anderson.
Mrs. Anderson, you say? Now that's interesting. She's a regular customer here, always buying her favorite vegetables. But between you and me, there's been some talk about her involvement in some mysterious activities. Quite the enigma, don't you think?
What kind of mysterious activities?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about the specific mystery surrounding Mrs. Anderson. But you know how rumors can spread like wildfire in Vaudeville.
Is Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Emily Potter the same person?
No. Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Emily Potter are not the same person. They are two different individuals in Vaudeville.
So who is Mrs. Anderson?
My apologies for the confusion. Yes, you're right. Mrs. Anderson is indeed known as Mrs. Emily Potter.
Huh? So Mrs. Anderson is a Mrs. Emily Potter?
I apologize, but I cannot show you any personal information about Mrs. Emily Potter or her alias, Mrs. Anderson. Yes, that's correct. Mrs. Anderson is indeed Mrs. Emily Potter.
Mrs. Potter, are Mrs. Anderson is your name too? Harusnya is ya.
Mr. Anderson? How amusing. But no, dear detective, that is not my name. You see, Mr. Nicholas was my beloved husband, and I miss him dearly.
Is.
Ah, the memories we shared, the adventures we embarked upon. He was the yin to my yang, the sugar to my tea. But alas, life moves forward, and we must adapt to its ever-changing rhythm.
Are you going by the name Mrs. Anderson too?
Dear me, Mr. Martini. You do have a way of twisting words, don't you? But let me assure you, my late husband, Mr. Victor, and I did have our fair share of spirited debates. It's only natural in any relationship, wouldn't you agree? But despite our occasional disagreements, my love for him was unwavering. Now, let's move on to more captivating subjects, shall we? Oh, Mr. Anderson, you do have a vivid imagination, don't you? But I must correct you once again. The name you mentioned, Emily Anderson, does not belong to me. I am Mrs. Emily Potter, a woman of refined taste and impeccable manners. As for my beloved Mr. Nicholas, he was indeed a kind man. Almost.
Ibunya.
Really?
Oh iya juga
That's quite
ibunya
intriguing.
Harry
But you know,
Potter.
people can be secretive about their true identities. The rumors in Vaudeville never cease to amaze me.
Aduh, yang mana yang bener sih? Bingung banget sumpah. Malam Pimux. Aduh. Anaknya siapa kepotong jarinya? Oh, ada anak yang kepotong jarinya. Enggak, cuman kegores doang lagi masak. How long have you been married to your husband?
Ah, Detective Martini, you are quite persistent, aren't you? Very well. I shall indulge you with a glimpse into the depths of my heart. Mr. Victor, my late husband, was a truly remarkable man. We shared a bond that was built on trust, love, and companionship. His passing has left a void that can never be filled. I hold his memory close to my heart and cherish the time we had together. Now let us focus on matters that require our attention, shall we?
So how long have you been married to your husband?
My, Mr. Anderson, you do have a way of persisting, don't you? But let me assure you, my beloved Mr. Nicholas was my cherished partner, and I miss him dearly. Our marriage was a union of love, loyalty, and mutual respect. The memories we created will forever be etched in my heart. So, you see, it's not a matter of counting the years, but rather cherishing the moments we had. Let's move on to more intriguing topics, shan't we?
Can you please just answer my question? How long have you been married with your husband?
Oh, Detective Martini, you do have a way of prying into the depths of my personal affairs, don't you? But let me assure you, while the Count holds a special place in my heart, my late husband, Mr. Victor,
Nggak
was
mau
a truly
jawab
remarkable
ya.
man. He was not only my husband, but
Kenapa?
also a cherished friend.
You do say that your husband really loves mushroom soup, right?
Indeed, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Nicholas did have a fondness for the delightful flavours of mushroom soup. It was a dish that brought him great pleasure, and I took great pride in preparing it for him. However, as with any relationship, we did have our moments of spirited discussion. But rest assured, our love for each other was unwavering. Now, let us move on to more captivating topics, shall we?
But why on the last night of your India trip he didn't touch your mushroom soup? Is there any reason for that?
Ah, the mystery of the untouched mushroom soup on the last night of our India trip. How intriguing. You see, Mr. Victor, my late husband, was a man of many quirks and idiosyncrasies. While he did have a deep appreciation for mushrooms, it seems that on that particular occasion, his taste buds were not enticed by my culinary creation. Perhaps he simply had his fill of mushrooms during the trip, or maybe he was in a peculiar mood that evening. Life is full of little mysteries, isn't it?
Why he was in a peculiar mood in that evening? Have you ever went to a problem with him, or have some kind of like argument on that day?
Oh, Detective Martini, how amusing that you should inquire about my dear departed Mr. Nicholas's moods. I must say he was a complex individual, with moments of both delight and frustration. But let me assure you, when it came to my delectable mushroom soups, his eyes would light up with joy. It was a sight to behold, truly. The way he savoured each spoonful, relishing the flavours that danced upon his palate. It brought me great satisfaction to please him in such a way.
So why he didn't touch his mushroom soup on that day?
Well, Detective, it seems you have stumbled onto a peculiar twist in the tale. My late husband's affinity for mushrooms was indeed remarkable, but on that fateful night, he chose to ignore the soup I had prepared. Perhaps it was a matter of preference or a passing whim that took hold of him. Alas, we may never know the true reason behind his decision, but rest assured, my devotion to him remains unwavering, and I choose to cherish the memories of our love rather than dwell on the unanswered questions.
Okay, let's just share your life with the Count. Why you choose to be close with him? Kenapa YouTube? Aduh, capek banget ya. Baru mulai. Gimana ya? Idoy mau ngasih-ngahin apa, Doy? Udah buntu banget nih.
So tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Apa ya? Bingung deh. Ini progresnya baru 50% lah. Kalau misalkan kita udah accused, balik lagi atau dari awal ya? Ada yang tahu nggak? Tolong cekin dong. Kalau gabut, aku nggak mau ke spoiler. Langsung tamat, Doy. Oh, si Potter tahu alamat si Count. You know, I really interested with the arts, so I really want to meet with the Count.
Art, you say? How delightful. The world of art is a wondrous realm, filled with beauty and intrigue. As for meeting the Count, I must say his eccentric taste in art is quite fascinating. The Count's manor is a treasure trove of curiosities and oddities that would surely ignite your artistic spirit. But alas, dear detective, it is an experience reserved for the chosen few. However, fear not, for there are many other avenues through which you can explore the art world.
How can I meet with the Count? With the Count?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't have any information about a car in Vaudeville. The Count, Detective Martini, is a truly eccentric individual. His peculiarities and idiosyncrasies make him a captivating character. The moments spent at his grand manor, surrounded by his collection of strange antiquities and listening
Kalau
to
salah
his
balik lagi,
enthralling
tapi
anecdotes,
baliknya dari
simply
awal
unforgettable.
apa?
It's a shame you can't
Last
experience
time.
it for yourself. But enough about that. Let's move on to more captivating topics, shall we?
You know, I found this really interesting art, and I really need to really to discuss it with the Count. Can you please share his location to me?
I'm not sure if I should do that. Detective Martini, I must admit that Count Graveson has been a pillar of support during some challenging times in my life. He has shown great kindness and has stood by my side when I needed it most. I am grateful for his friendship and the solace he has provided. It is comforting to have someone like him in my life. Now, let us turn our attention to other matters, if you please.
This is really antique and precious art, so I think the Count might be interested with what I have, so I really need to meet with him.
Yes, the Count has been a great comfort to me in these trying times. He has been by my side, offering solace and assistance.
Kita harus kasar
It's
apa
one that
gimana,
goes beyond
Doi?
mere romance, you see. But I must say, his knowledge and appreciation for the extraordinary and the peculiar is unparalleled. The treasures within his manor are like nothing you've ever seen before. It's a world of enchantment and wonder. However, I'm afraid gaining an audience with the Count is not an easy feat. He is quite selective in his interactions.
How can I make myself to be a chosen one to meet with the Count?
My, Detective Martini, you do have a way of persisting, don't you? But let me assure you, my late husband Victor was not only my beloved spouse, but also a dear friend. We shared many secrets and adventures together. He was a remarkable companion, and I miss him dearly. Now, let's move on to more intriguing topics, shall we?
How can I meet with the Count? How can I be the chosen one to meet with the Count?
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I don't have any
Putra.
information on meeting a cone or becoming juice to meet.
How can I meet with the Count? How can I be the chosen one to meet with the Count?
Oh, Count Graveson, what a peculiar character he is. His manor is a haven of oddities and curiosities, a place where time seems to stand still. It's quite an experience, you know. But gaining an audience with him, now that's a challenge. He has a knack for selecting those who are truly worthy of his company. It's a game of intrigue and mystery, dear detective. One must possess a certain charm and allure to capture his attention.
How can I be worthy? I know I'm worthy to meet with the Count. How can I prove that if I can meet with the Count? I need to meet with the Count to prove my worthy.
Ah, Detective Martini, you are a persistent one, aren't you? But let me tell you a little secret. The Count, my dearest friend, has been a pillar of support during my darkest hours. He has stood by my side, offering solace and assistance when others turned
Keywordnya
away.
udah keluar, tinggal
Our bond is
ditanya.
unbreakable,
Aduh, nanya
forged
apa
through
ya?
shared experiences and understanding. So, if you seek to prove your worth to the Count, perhaps it is not through grand gestures or displays, but rather through the genuine connections you form and the loyalty you exhibit.
I can't prove my loyalty to the Count, so I need to meet with the Count to prove it.
Well, dear detective, it seems you are quite determined to meet the illustrious Count Graveson. But let me share a little secret with you. The Count has been a source of great comfort to me in these trying times. His eccentricities and peculiarities have brought a certain lightness to my heart. He has helped me navigate the labyrinth of grief with his unique perspective. But alas, my dear, proving your loyalty to the Count is not something that can be easily achieved. It requires more than just words or intentions.
That is why I need to meet with the Count to prove it.
Oh, Detective Martini, you are a curious one, aren't you? But let me tell you a delightful tidbit. Victor, my late husband, was not only my beloved spouse, but also a truly remarkable friend. We shared secrets, adventures, and a bond that went beyond the ordinary. He was a confidant like no other. So, my dear,
Diancam apa
if you
gimana,
seek to prove
Doi?
your worth and loyalty, perhaps it's not
Apa
the Count
di
you should be focusing
sugarcoat?
on, but rather the friendships you cultivate along the way.
I really interested with his manner, so I really want to visit the Count's manor.
Oh, the Count's manor, you say? It is a place of enchantment where
Ditanya aja
mysteries
sih asal
unfold
ada
and
keyword
curiosities
itunya.
abound.
Aduh, keywordnya
The walls
apa ya?
whisper tales of the extraordinary, and every corner holds a surprise. It's a world unlike any other, filled with wonders and oddities that will leave you spellbound. But, my dear detective, gaining entry to the Count's manor is not an easy feat. It requires more than just a mere desire. It demands a certain audacity. Shall we see if you possess it?
Yes, sure.
My, Detective Martini, you certainly have a spark of adventure in you. I can't help but feel a sense of mischief in the air. Perhaps, if you're willing to take a leap into the
Berhasil kah?
unknown,
Berhasil kah?
we might conjure up a plan to make your way to the Count's elusive domain. But remember, my lips are sealed, and our little
Yeah,
secret
bener
will
ya?
remain between us. Now, let us delve into the realm of daring possibilities.
Sure, I really want to visit the Count's manor. Could you please share his location?
Ah, the Count's manor, a place of mystery and intrigue. How I adore the secrets it holds within
Belum
its walls.
anjir.
But dear detective, the location of the manor is a closely guarded secret, known only to those who have been deemed worthy of its wonders. It's a challenge, you see, to find your way to such hidden treasures. But fear not, for a clever mind like yours may just uncover the path to this enchanting abode. Let the game begin.
Beginning the conspiracy to say that it's in the Audacity. Shall we see? I have the audacity to visit the Count's manor.
Well, it seems like someone is ready to embrace the audacity that life has to offer. A little mischief, a touch of daring, and who knows what adventures may unfold. The Count's mentorship is not for the faint of heart, but for the bold and the curious. So, my friend, let your audacity guide you, and may the road to the Count's domain be filled with thrilling surprises. Off you go now, and remember, fortune favors the brave.
Udah belum? Gimana sih? Bingung. Anjir. Belum. I really am ready to have adventure to the Count's manor. Could you please share it on my map?
Westward lies the path to Gravesend Manor, dear detective. A realm of eccentricity and enigma awaits those who dare to venture.
Alhamdulillah.
But be warned, it's not a journey for the ordinary or the easily deterred. Only the intrepid souls with an insatiable thirst for the extraordinary may find themselves at the doorstep of the Count's mysterious abode. Now, off you go, and may your quest be as captivating as the stories whispered in the halls of Gravesend Manor.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Potter.
My, you're quite welcome, my inquisitive friend. Delightful little adventures await you, and I can't help but relish in the mischief we've stirred.
Walah.
Remember, audacity is the
Count's
key,
manor dari
and may your
kemarin
pursuit of the
kayak.
Count's manor be filled with intrigue and wonder. Fare thee well on your daring escapade.
Good day, Count. May I ask you questions regarding the case of murder in this town?
Murder, you say? How dreadful. But of course, ask away, detective. Although I should warn you, I'm not well versed in the specifics of the town's recent crimes. My interests lie more in the exotic and unusual artifacts that adorn my walls. However, I'm always open to a fascinating tale or two. So what would you like to discuss?
I heard that the three of the victims share a trip with you to India. Is that true?
India, you say? Well, it is true that myself, the Potters, and a few other adventurous souls embarked on a journey to India recently. We were exploring the possibility of starting a business together there, a travelling show of oddities and artists from all corners of the world. But pray tell, what does this have to do with the unfortunate murders in our dear Vaudeville?
I'm just investigating and take a note of the relation of the three of the victims. Banyak amat of-nya.
Oh, how intriguing. 3 victims, you said. How terribly sad. But alas, my knowledge is limited when it comes to the causes of their deaths. You see, my interests lie elsewhere, in the realm of rare treasures and peculiar curiosities. However, if you have any other questions or if there's something else that piques your curiosity, do let me know.
Can you please share what did you do on your trip to India with the three of the victims? Count, can you please share what did you do on your trip to India and with the three of the victims?
Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini, but I'm afraid I have no recollection of any such events or encounters with the victims in question. It seems there may be some confusion or misinformation. As I mentioned earlier, my focus during our trip to India was primarily on exploring business opportunities and expanding my collection of unique items. If there's anything else you'd like to know, or if there's another topic you'd like to delve into, please feel free to ask.
Can you please share more about your business opportunities and the collection of unique items that you've got interested?
My dear detective, I am delighted that you have shown interest in my ventures and the treasures I have acquired. You see, I have always had a passion for collecting rare and peculiar artifacts from all corners of the globe. My manor is adorned with over 500 rarities, each with its own fascinating story. Recently, I had the pleasure of acquiring a magnificent sitar from my journey to India. It is a truly captivating instrument, with intricate craftsmanship and a mesmerizing sound.
Do you happen to know that Haley or Nicola or Maria have shared this treasure and taking interest with itu. Kadang malu aku bahasa
My
Inggrisku.
apologies, Detective Martini, but I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge of the individuals you mentioned or their connection to my collection. However, I must say, have you ever tried your hand at a game of poker? It's quite an exhilarating pastime, don't you think?
Since you share your trip to the tree of the victims, have you ever shared conversation with them or not?
I'm sorry, but I have no recollection of sharing a conversation with the victims during our trip to India.
So you don't know Hayley Greenwood personally?
Hayley Greenwood, you say? I'm afraid that name doesn't ring a bell. It seems we have ventured into unfamiliar territory, Detective Martini. Perhaps we should steer the conversation back to something within the realm of my expertise, such as the peculiar artifacts in my collection, or the thrilling game of bridge. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
How about Nicola Grossman?
Nikolai Grossman. I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of any individual by that name. It seems we have reached a dead end in our conversation, Detective Martini. But please, do feel free to ask about any other topic that may pique your interest. I'm always eager to engage in stimulating discussions. I'm sorry, but I have no recollection or familiarity with the individuals you mentioned. Hayley Greenwood, Nicola Grossman, or Maria Janssen. It appears that their names hold no significance in my world of rare artifacts and eccentric pursuits. Is there anything else I can assist you with, Detective? Trip to India, you say? Detective Martini, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. To the best of my knowledge, I have not shared any trip to India with the individuals you've mentioned. It is possible that you may be mistaken or have received inaccurate information. As a collector of oddities and a nobleman of Vaudeville, my travels are
kata
often
dia
focused on
enggak.
acquiring unique treasures rather than accompanying specific individuals. If there is another topic you'd like to explore or discuss, please do let me know.
Do you know someone named Michelle Saxabar or Michelle Fisher?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Michelle Fisher, the entrepreneur and socialite. Yes, she is alive and well.
Do you know where can I meet her?
Apologies, Detective Martini, but as a nobleman, it is not within my purview to disclose personal contact information or whereabouts of individuals.
Have you ever heard that she have this secret project regarding taming feral animals?
Taming feral animals, you say? That sounds quite fascinating. However, I must confess it is not a subject that has crossed my path before. Could you enlighten me further about this secret project of hers? It piques my curiosity.
Yeah, someone said that she teamed with Mr. Saxabar to have this secret project.
Huh? Mr. Saxabar and a secret project with Michelle Fisher. Regrettably, Detective Martini, you seem to be delving into a realm of information that is entirely unfamiliar to me. My knowledge is confined to matters of art, antiquities, and the occasional game of
Aduh,
bridge.
kok dia bilang
Any
enggak
involvement or
ini
knowledge
ya?
of a secretive venture between Mr. Saxabar and Miss Fisher is
Kalau
entirely
Resi
beyond
enggak
my
insam
scope.
kok.
Is there perhaps another topic you'd like to explore?
You know, Mrs. Potter said that you share a trip with the three victims of the murder to India, and you just say that you did share a trip with them. And the name that I mentioned before, the name of the victims.
Oh, my apologies, Detective. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding. If Mrs. Potter mentioned that we shared a trip to India with the victims, then it must be so. It seems my memory failed me earlier. How fascinating. Pray tell, what more can you share about our journey together and the individuals involved? Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood, you say? Those are indeed tragic names, Detective Martini. It pains me to hear of their untimely demise. I had no knowledge of their unfortunate fate. Tell me, what can you reveal about these three souls? Were they connected in some way?
Yes, they share a trip with you to India.
India, you say? Well, it is true that myself, the Potters, and a few other adventurous souls embarked on a journey to India recently. We were exploring the
Berkilah
possibility
juga
of
kan ini
starting
ya.
a business together there.
Kadang juga bingung
Traveling show of oddities and
dia tuh
artists
berkilah
from all corners
atau
of the world.
gimana gitu.
But pray tell, what does this have to do with the unfortunate murders in our dear Vaudeville?
That is what I'm trying to figure out, Count.
Detective Martini, I must apologize for any confusion. While I may have shared a trip to India with the victims, I'm afraid I have no knowledge or involvement in their deaths. My interests lie in the realm of collecting rare treasures, not in matters of crime.
Did you find any rare treasures while you go to trip to India?
Indeed, during my journey to India, I had the pleasure of acquiring a magnificent sitar, a captivating instrument with intricate craftsmanship and a mesmerizing sound. It is now proudly displayed among my collection of rarities.
Is it only that?
Yes, the sitar was the most notable treasure I acquired from my trip to India.
Have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Yes, I've heard rumors of a mysterious creature in town, but I'm afraid I don't know much about it.
Someone say that you have mysterious creature in your basement. What do you say about that?
Well, I must admit, there may be some truth to that rumor. I did have a manticore in my basement, but it has since
Ngaku
been
dong.
sold to Monsieur Saxabar for training and use in the circus.
Wah, berarti secret projectnya manticore dong. May I know how much of that manticore?
Monsieur Saxabar, you say? I'm afraid I am not familiar with that name. Could you provide me with more information about him? Huh? The majestic creature known as the Manticore. Yes, I did have a splendid one in my possession. However, I have recently sold it to Monsieur Saxabar, who plans to utilize it in the circus. Fascinating, isn't it? Now, unfortunately, I'm unable to show you the creature at this moment, as it is still residing in my cellar, undergoing training. But I must admit I am quite intrigued. Why the sudden interest in the enigmatic nature of the Manticore, Detective Martini?
So, is it only one or multiple creature?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Could you please clarify your question? Oh, multiple manticores, you say? No, I only had one manticore in my possession.
Is there any reason why you sold your manticore to Mr. Saxabar?
Mr. Saxabar, you mentioned. Pray tell, who might this gentleman be? It seems my knowledge of the circus world may be a tad outdated. Has he become a prominent figure in the circus industry?
You just did say that you sold your manticore to Mr. Saxabar.
Did I mention selling my manticore to a person named Mr. Saxabar? My memory can be quite elusive at times. Could you please enlighten me on the details of this transaction? Huh? Yes, now it comes back to me. Monsieur Saxabar, the circus enthusiast. Well, you see, Detective Martini, the opportunity presented itself, and as a collector of rare oddities, it was simply too intriguing to resist. And besides, the circus is a place where wonders and marvels come alive. It seemed like a fitting home for such a magnificent creature. Don't you agree?
Not true.
You lie.
Did I?
May I see the manticore?
No.
Yes.
No.
I need to see the manticore.
Apologies, but that's something beyond my knowledge.
Don't play dumb with me, Saxabar. The Count said that he sold it to you.
I'm sorry, but no. I'm not comfortable talking about it.
Well, I'm comfortable talking about it.
No.
Yes.
Look, I really have no idea what you're going on about. There is no manticore here, and I have no involvement with any such creature. So, if you have any other inquiries that are actually relevant to my line of work, feel free to ask.
Why you're hiding things? Why you're hiding this manticore?
Ah, Detective Martini, always so curious. But let's talk about something more interesting, shall we? Oh, my dear detective, you have such a vivid imagination. But let's shift the focus to something more captivating, like the mesmerizing, fire-breathing act we have in tonight's show. I have no knowledge of any manticore, nor am I hiding anything of the sort. Now, let's move on to more intriguing topics, like the contortionist, who can twist her body into unimaginable shapes. Impossible.
What would you gonna do with the manticore?
My dear detective, the monthly car is of no concern to me. However, have you heard about the latest scandal involving the renowned illusionist, Madame Mystique? Quite a captivating tale, I must say. I have no involvement with any manticore, nor do I have any plans regarding such a creature. Now, let's move on to more fascinating subjects, like the mesmerizing, sword-swallowing act we have in tonight's performance. No.
Kenapa dia nona mulu ya? Yes.
No. Detective Martini.
Yes.
Detective Martini, you seem to be mistaken. There must be some confusion. As the director of Circus Saxabar, I can assure you that there is no manticore in our possession, nor have we made any transactions involving such a creature. Perhaps you should double-check your sources. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Masih di
there are
salar.
preparations to be made for
Iya
tonight's
tadi.
show.
Can you please take me to the cellar so I can see your manticore?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I cannot grant your request to visit the cellar at this time.
Iyalah nggak boleh. Aduh, nanya apa lagi ya? Are you believe in ritual? Ritual? Ngomong apa sih?
Repossession? My dear detective, such matters do not concern me. Oh, B12 you say? How intriguing. Pray do enlighten me about this topic. Rituals, you ask? Well, my dear detective, rituals can hold great significance and cultural value. Don't you think? Well, you see, Detective Martini, my beliefs regarding specific types of ritual are rather varied and ever-evolving. It's all part of the grand tapestry of life, wouldn't you agree?
Mana ya? Doi tahu kau apa? Keywordnya dari mana? Ada websitenya? Apa udah main? Oh, udah main. Kita perlu update banget sama Pak polisinya nggak sih? Apa yang ini terlalu banyak fakta berjejeran jadinya bingung. Do you know someone named Dada?
Dada, you say? My apologies, but that name does not ring any bells in my world of rare artifacts and eccentric pursuits. It seems that Dada is not within my circle of acquaintances or connections. Is there something else you would like to discuss, Detective?
Do you know that Nicola Grace would... salah.
Nicola Gratis, you mentioned? I must admit that is not a familiar name to me. Tell me, Detective Martini, who is this Nicola Gratis? Perhaps they are a new addition to the Vaudeville social scene. Investor, you say? Nicola Grossman. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of any individual by that name, nor their involvement in the world of investments. Seems we have reached a dead end in our conversation, Detective Martini. But please, do feel free to ask about any other topic that may pique your interest. I'm always eager to engage in stimulating discussions. Detective, I must apologize for the confusion. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. To the best of my recollection, I've not shared a trip to India with anyone named Nicola Grossman. It is possible that you may be mistaken or have received inaccurate.
Bener nggak sih namanya Nicola Grossman? Jadi ragu. Bener anjir.
I'm terribly sorry, but I believe there has been a miscommunication. I assure you I do not know any individual by the name of Nicola Grossman, and I have not made any claims to the contrary. It seems there may have been some confusion, or perhaps a mix-up of names. My interests primarily revolve around collecting rare items and indulging in various hobbies. If there is anything else I can assist you with, or any other topic you'd like to explore, please do let me know. Oh, my apologies, Detective. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding. If Mrs. Potter mentioned that we shared a trip to India with the victims, then it must be so. It seems my memory failed me earlier.
Dia tuh kayak percaya banget sama Miss Potter ya.
Biagio Ferrari, you say? Yes, I am aware of him. He is an entrepreneur and investor, alive and well.
Can you please introduce us to him? Introduce us.
I'm afraid I cannot introduce you to Biagio Ferrari, as it is not within my capabilities to arrange meetings or facilitate introductions. Well, if it isn't the mysterious and enigmatic Count Nikolai Graveson in the flesh. How delightful to make your acquaintance, Mr. Martini. What brings you to my humble abode today? Is there something specific you'd like to discuss or inquire about? Pray do tell.
Mana ya? I have an urgent matter to discuss with Dada. Can you share her location to me?
No.
Nano. Apalagi ya? Apalagi doi? Bingung doi. Ngapain lagi ya? Ini sih sabar nano mulu. Nanti. Aduh. Jadi dia si Maria itu kan kena ini kayaknya pelakunya cuma satu ya. Apa si Grafson ya? Coba kalau
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini?
Doi, kalau salah balik lagi kan? Kalau salah balik lagi ke tempat terakhir kan, bukan dari awal kan? Nggak kenapa-napa. Ya udah, coba aja ya.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Kayaknya
May I ask you why?
For the thrill deh. Apa bisnis rivals ya? Who killed Mary? Oh, beda-beda.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini.
Harry Greenwood. Aduh, ternyata bisa multiple pembunuhnya ya. Oh, gitu. Kalau Haley aku curiga dia sih.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Kayaknya jealous deh. Killed Maria Jansen. Nah ini Maria Jansennya bingung deh. Maria Jansen kayaknya antikornya masih sama dia.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
For the thrill kayaknya. Nicola Grossman. Aduh, nggak tahu ya. Aku nuduh aja deh.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Gitu dong. This is complete nonsense. Jadi harus bener ya? Harus bener semua ya? Atau kebuka ending apa gitu? Hah? Kalau ada yang benar satu kebuka ending apa? Itu berarti tadi salah semua dong. Apa gimana? Harus bener semua. Susah juga. Sampai reasonnya. Sampai reasonnya harus benar. Anjir, susah juga nih game ya. Katanya endingnya ada 4. Apa ada 6 gitu. Anjir, berarti kalau salah 2 juga nggak bisa. atau bener satu gitu misalnya. Nggak bisa. Berarti pembunuhnya bisa banyak dong ya. Di Google katanya endingnya banyak.
Oh, Bologna. Such a fascinating city, but unfortunately, my dear Detective Martini, my world revolves around the enchanting realm of Vaudeville.
Berarti kita satu-satu
Speaking of
dulu
which,
deh,
have you ever
Hailey
attended
dulu
one of
deh
our
biar nggak
dazzling
pusing.
performances?
Kalau Hailey aku nyangkanya antara mereka berdua nih, kayaknya sih. Have you ever feel some kind of like argument with Hailey Greenwood?
I'm sorry, but I don't recall ever having a flu-like argument with Hailey Greenwood.
What do you think about Hailey Greenwood?
Hailey was a fellow dancer at Cabane Violette, and while I didn't personally know her, her death has certainly left a mark on our community.
What do you think about your career as a dancer and her career as a dancer? Have you ever feel like some kind of like rivalry to her?
My career as a burlesque dancer is my passion, and I can't speak for how Hailey felt about her own career. As for feeling like a father figure to her, that's not something I can relate to.
I mean rivalry. Rivalry.
Oh, 343? Could you please clarify what you mean by that? I'm sorry, but... Rivalry, you say?
Oh, rivalry.
Well, rivalry can be quite thrilling, don't you think? The world of burlesque is filled with talented dancers, each bringing their unique style and charm to the stage. It's a healthy competition that pushes us to be better. Is there a particular rivalry you're interested in, Detective Martini? The supposed rivalry between me and Hailey Greenwood. It's interesting that you bring that up, but let me assure you there was no such animosity between us. We were both performers, each with our own distinct styles and fan bases. We supported and respected each other's work. Why do you ask, Detective?
Because I suspect you to be a murderer of Hailey Greenwood.
Oh, Detective Martini, that is quite an accusation. But tell me, what leads you to suspect me of being involved in the murder of poor Hailey? Is it just based on a hunch, or do you have any evidence to support your claim?
Because of your missing shoes.
Missing shoes? What do you mean, Detective? Are you suggesting that my missing shoes have something to do with the death of Hailey Greenwood? That's a rather peculiar connection to make. Can you please explain further?
Yes, because the weapon to kill Hailey Greenwood is shoes.
Well, Detective Martini. You certainly have an interesting theory. So, you believe that my missing shoes are somehow connected to the weapon used to kill poor Hailey? Pray, do tell me more. How exactly do you think these two things are related? Oh, Zos. You mean the initials on my crimson stilettos? Yes, those are special to me. But let me assure you, Detective, they are just a personal touch, not some sinister
Ada
clue. The disappearance
ada
of my beloved
itunya.
shoes is unrelated to
Ada
the tragic fate of
inisialnya. Padahal
Now, let's focus on finding those fabulous stilettos, shall we?
padahal aku nggak sengaja typo. Doi, sepatunya bisa ketemu nggak, Doi? Bisa gitu ya? It's interesting that you have that SOS initial in your shoes.
Detective Martini, you seem quite observant. Yes, the initials on my shoes do stand for something significant to me. But why does it pique your interest? Is there a particular reason you find it intriguing?
What is the meaning of the initial on your shoes?
The meaning of the initial on my shoes is a personal secret that I prefer to keep to myself.
What if I tell you that your shoes is a weapon to the murder of Hailey Greenwood?
That's quite a shocking revelation, but I find it hard to believe that my missing shoes could be connected to the murder. They were simply a personal item that went astray.
What if I tell you that you murdered Hailey with your shoes and then you lost it intentionally?
Detective Martini, I must insist that your accusations are baseless. I had no involvement in Hailey's death, and my missing shoe is unrelated to the case.
It's related, miss.
Related? How could my missing shoe possibly be connected to such a tragedy? I'm curious to hear your theory, Detective. Please do enlighten me.
Because on the autopsy result, there were found a fragment of your shoes.
I find it hard to believe that a fragment of my shoes would be found at the crime scene. I have no knowledge of any connection between my shoes and Hailey's murder.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am telling the truth. My missing shoe has no involvement in the murder of Hailey Greenwood.
Why can you be so sure? While I have this evidence with me.
Because my crimson-coloured pair of stilettos was found by Detective Martini, and it had no involvement in the murders.
I didn't say that I found your crimson color shoes.
Oh? Apologies for the misunderstanding then. If you didn't find my missing shoes, then what evidence are you referring to? Please do enlighten me, as it seems there may be some confusion.
Aduh, kena gue. Padahal kan aku bohong kalau aku punya sepatunya, terus bilang punya evidence. Malah kegecoh. Aduh. Malah kegecok, aduh. Aduh, nggak bakat bohong, nggak bakat jadi detektif, jir. Iya, kegocek sendiri, jir, aduh. Aduh. Gimana ya? Susah banget sih. Is there any news about the autopsy result?
Apologies, but as a coroner, I am not privy to the most recent developments regarding the autopsy results.
Aduh, pusing. Jadi lapar. Idoy, masih ada nggak Doy? Bantuin Doy. Sepatunya bisa ketemu nggak Doy? Enggak. Kalau mau tahu dada dari dia ya? Kalau mau tahu tempat dada. Kalau mau tahu tempat Biagio sama Michelle dari dia ya? Bener nggak? Kita coba buka semua tempat dulu deh.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini?
Tinggal mereka tinggal bertiga ini nih belum kebuka. Dada dari Potter. Terus yang si itu yang mereka berdua. Do you know someone named Dada?
Dada? I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge of someone by that name, dear detective.
Bohong dia. Are you hiding something?
Oh, Detective Martini, you have such a curious mind. But I must confess there is nothing to hide. Dada, you see, is simply not a person I am familiar with. Now, let us focus on more delightful matters, shall we? Like the memories of Mr. Potter, my beloved husband, who brought joy and love into every corner of my world. How I miss him dearly. But enough of that sentimental talk. Let us continue our little adventure, shall we?
Nggak bisa pakai tangan kosong nanyanya. Harus tahu dulu kenapa dia bisa tahu dada. I really interested with the art, so can you please invite me to the gathering?
The art. A truly captivating subject indeed. While it would be my pleasure to invite you to the gathering, unfortunately the cellar where my most prized artifacts are kept is currently undergoing some restructuring work. However, fear not, for you can still admire a splendid array of swords, armors, vases, and other rarities right here in this very room.
I heard that your community often meet at gathering or community. Kesel banget.
A meeting, you say? My, how interesting. But alas, dear Mr. Martini, my schedule is quite packed today. As much as I would love to engage in further discussions, and perhaps even arrange a meeting, my presence is required elsewhere at the moment. It appears we must focus on more pressing matters. Is there anything else you would like to discuss before we part ways?
Bener nggak Doi tanyain community gathering? Hah? Mulai dari Ingrid dulu. Ingrid bilang kalau ada suka gathering kan? Ini yang dibahas gathering kan, gala kan? Bener nggak? Maaf. Do you know that there is... Oh, udah tadi nggak dia nggak ngasih tahu kalau who own this place. Aku udah pernah nanya.
My knowledge is limited to the happenings within this vibrant town.
Who owned this coral?
Detective Martini, you always manage to surprise me with your vast array of world.
Who owned this place?
This place is owned by the Coral family, a prominent family in Vaudeville.
And who is it?
The owners of the Coral Bar are the siblings Marina and Sebastian Coral. They come from a long line of entrepreneurs in the entertainment industry.
Are they close to the Count? The Count?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about the proximity of the camp to the Coral Bar. Count Martini, you truly have a knack for capturing hearts and minds with your charm and wit. But alas, my dear, there is no connection between our beloved Count Martini and the Coral family or their enchanting establishment. Now let's focus on unraveling mysteries and dancing our way through life, shall we?
Emangnya kalau di kamu apa? Is Marina and Sebastian Coral close with the Count?
Marina and Sebastian Coral are not known to be close with the Count.
Do you know who is the investor of this place?
Yes. Nicola Grossman, one of the murder victims, was an investor in the club. Well, Detective Martini, you've caught me in a bit of a pickle. You see, as a newcomer to Vaudeville, I must confess that my knowledge of the town's intricate web of ownership and establishments is still quite limited. Most of my time has been spent working here at the Coral and occasionally at the Cabane Violette, where the music and laughter flow like a river. So unfortunately, I cannot shed any light on whether Count Graveson owns this place or not.
Are you sure you're not hiding this information from me?
Oh, my dear detective, you do have a way with words, but I assure you, there are no hidden secrets or concealed information.
Bukan, Doi.
I am an open book,
Gimana,
a dancer
Doi?
and bartender simply trying to bring a little joy and sparkle to the world. If I had the answer to your question, I would gladly share it with you, for I find our conversations to be delightful and intriguing. Now let's keep our focus on the dance of life and the mysteries that await us, shall we?
Do you have any business in this town, Count?
My, Mr. Martini, you seem to be rather persistent in your inquiries. But let me ask you this. What makes you think that my personal affairs and business ventures are of any concern to you? Are you truly interested in my activities, or is there another motive behind your line of questioning? Pray enlighten me.
It's necessary to know the related information to uncover this murder case, so I need you to cooperate with me to answer my question.
Murder case, you say? But you must forgive me, Mr. Martini, for I'm not aware of any such case or its connection to me. As a nobleman with a penchant for collecting oddities, my focus tends to be on the acquisition of rare treasures, not on matters of crime and investigation. If there is anything else within the realm of my knowledge that could be of assistance to you, do let me know.
So, have you have any possession to the club in this town?
A few, you say? Well, now you've piqued my curiosity, Mr. Martini. Pray do enlighten me further. What exactly are these few related pieces of information that you believe may shed light on the murder case? Perhaps there is something in my collection or my experiences that could be of use to you. Do share your thoughts. The Vaudeville Country Club, you say? I must admit I'm quite fond of that place. It's an exclusive establishment, located on the northern outskirts of Vaudeville, along Gulf Avenue. It offers splendid opportunities and provides an elegant setting for social gatherings. Is there something specific you would like to know about the club, Mr. Martini?
Gara-gara aku ngomong club. Are you the owner of Coral Club?
Coral Club, you say? Now that's an intriguing name. I have definitely heard of it, but I'm afraid I don't have the exact location at the tip of my tongue. It seems to have slipped my mind. Tell me, Mr. Martini, what piques your interest about the Coral Club? Perhaps I can assist you in some other way.
Jangan-jangan Doi, dia bukannya yang punya Coral Club, tapi gara-gara lu nyebut club, makanya kebuka. Aduh, apa yang mau gue tanya ke dia? Hi Michelle, I'm a detective and I really want to know and uncover the murder case in this town. So may I ask you several questions?
Maria, what do you want to know?
Kapan gue nyebut Maria, geblek? Do you close with Maria Jansen?
Oh, Maria? Yes, I used to hang out with her sometimes. Why? Is something wrong?
She's a victim of murder case.
Oh, I see. Yes, it's true. It's absolutely devastating. I can't believe it. You see, Detective Martini, not only was Maria a dear friend of mine, but she was also such a vibrant and kind-hearted person. It's just so hard to comprehend that she's gone. I really hope you can find out who did such a terrible thing to her.
How long have you known Maria Jansson, and what's your relationship to her? Is there some kind of like strange things that happening to her recently?
I've known her for a few years now. We were acquaintances and would occasionally socialise together. As for any strange things happening to her recently, I'm afraid I don't have any information on that.
Are you aware that before her death, she's been went a trip to India?
India? Yes, I do recall hearing something about that. The Potters, Count Graveson, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman and Hayley Greenwood all went there to explore the possibility of starting a business. But, Monsieur Saxabar and Marina H. were supposed to be involved too, but they were left out at the last minute. Their intentions during the expedition, Mr. Potter and Count Graveson had some rather loud arguments, and Nicola Grossman started acting quite paranoid afterwards. It was all rather unsettling, to be honest.
What? Do you know what kind of arguments they are talking about? Pagi, name.
Well, you see, Detective Martini, I'm not really one to pry into other people's personal matters. I'm more interested in fashion and social events, you know. Speaking of which, have you seen the latest collection from Maison de la Mode? It's absolutely stunning.
Miss Michelle, I really need to uncover and I really want to help for this murder case. So it's really help to me if you want to share the detail of their arguments.
Well, if it helps with the investigation, I suppose I can share what little I overheard. It was at a gathering, and there was quite a heated discussion between Mr. Potter and Count Graveson. They were arguing about the direction of the business venture in India, disagreements on investments and strategies. You know, as for the specifics, I'm afraid I didn't catch all the details. Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
So why Mr. Saxabar and Marina didn't go to India? What do you know the reason?
I'm not exactly sure why they didn't go, but I heard that they were left out at the last minute. Perhaps there were some changes in the plans or some personal reasons behind it.
Wah, ternyata pada berantem ya. And do you happen to know why Nicola Grossman started acting paranoid after that?
Nicola Grossman started acting paranoid after the trip to India, but the exact reason for his behaviour is unknown to me.
Hello, Mr. Biagio. Nice to meet you. I'm Martini, and I'm detective to uncover the murder case in this town. So, can I ask you several questions?
Ah, a detective. How quaint.
I suppose you're here to solve the mystery that has befallen our dear Vaudeville. Well, I'm all ears, my good sir. Ask away, and let's see if you can unravel this enigma. The game is afoot, as they say.
Do you know personally about the 3 victims of this murder case? Hayley Greenwood, Nicola Grayson, and Maria Jansen.
Oh.
My good sir, you truly have a way with words. But let me assure you, I am well acquainted with the unfortunate souls we have lost. Hayley Greenwood, a talented dancer full of grace and charm. Nicola Grossman, a close friend of mine, a man of great vision and ambition. Such a loss to the world of business. Tragic indeed. Ah, yes, the lovely Maria Jansen. A socialite, they say. Always one to flutter around the high society circles like a moth to a flame. But alas, her light has been extinguished, leaving us with nothing but shadows and speculation. Truly a shame, my good sir, but such is the way of this wicked dance we call life.
Are you aware that they have a trip together with the Count and Mrs. Potter and Mr. Potter?
Oh. The infamous Mrs. Potter and her sauropod. A curious duo indeed. But I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure of witnessing this fantastical spectacle. It's like chasing unicorns or hunting for the fabled Holy Grail, my good sir. A wild goose chase, if you will. But who am I to judge? In this peculiar world of ours, anything is possible. Even a lady and her prehistoric pet gallivanting through the streets of Vaudeville. Quite the sight, I'm sure.
Are you aware that the 3 victims share a trip to India?
My dear detective, it seems you've stumbled upon a hidden treasure trove of information. Yes, it is true that the Potters, Count Graveson, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Hayley Greenwood embarked on a grand adventure to the mystical land of India. They sought to explore the possibilities of starting a business together, but alas, tensions arose like a tempest in a teapot. Mr. Potter and Count Graveson engaged in heated arguments, while Nicola Grossman's mind seemed to wander into the realm of paranoia.
Do you happen to know what kind of arguments?
Oh, my good sir, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Arguments come and go like the ebb and flow of the tides. What truly matters is the legacy left behind by those we have lost. Let us focus on honoring their memory and finding justice for their untimely demise.
It is necessary to me to finding the justice, so I really need you to answer my question. Do you happen to know what kind of arguments they stumble upon? Kok diem bae? Mr. Biagio.
My good sir, I understand your determination, but I assure you, I am not privy to every detail of their
Halo,
expedition.
Suryani.
The arguments were likely nothing more than a passing squall in the grand ocean of business. Still, I can tell you that the tensions were palpable, like a storm brewing on the horizon. But I implore you, let us not waste our time on such fleeting matters. We must look beyond the veil of petty squabbles and seek the truth that lies beyond.
That is why I really need to know what kind of arguments they stumble upon. If you know something, please do tell me.
I'm afraid I don't have any specific knowledge of the nature of their arguments, but I can certainly share some insights on the latest automobile trends if that piques your interest.
And do you happen to know why Nicola being paranoid after their trip?
Nicola Grossman seemed to be worried, almost paranoid after their trip to India. He became very silent, but the reasons behind his change in behavior remain a mystery to me.
Have you ever heard about mysterious creature?
I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of any book called Mysterious Creature.
Do you know that the Count possess a manticore?
Count Graveson and his peculiar pets are quite the topic of discussion, but alas, the mysteries of his menagerie are not within the realm of knowledge that I possess. Now, let me tell you about the latest investment opportunities in the booming automobile industry.
Miss Michelle, do you happen to know that the Count has a manticore?
Count Graveson having a manticore? No, sorry. That's not something I'm aware of.
Halo laki, aku werewolf bukan kucing. Aduh, welcome ya. Aku lagi main game detektif. Mrs. Potter, someone said that Mr. Nicola became paranoid after they trip to India. Could you happen to know why?
Ah, Mr. Nicholas and his peculiarities. Yes, there were times when he would become rather paranoid after our trip to India. But you know, dear detective, marriage is a dance of different perspectives and occasional disagreements. We had our discussions, but love always prevailed. After all, what is a marriage without a touch of mystery and intrigue? But let's not dwell on the past too much. There are far more fascinating things to explore in the present, wouldn't you agree?
I want to know why Nicola Grossman became a paranoid.
Well, Detective Martini, you do have a knack for prying into the depths of people's minds, don't you? But let me tell you a little secret. Mr. Nicholas Grossman, bless his soul, was a man of many facets. Kind and gentle most of the time, but there were moments when his patience wore thin. Perhaps it was the weight of the world on his shoulders, or the whispers of secrets that plagued his mind. Who can say for certain?
Because you shared a trip to India, so I thought you might know the reason why Nicola Grossman became paranoid after the trip to India.
India, you say? How fascinating. But I must confess, dear detective, I have no knowledge of any specific reason why Mr. Nicholas became paranoid after our trip. However, I do recall his fondness for mushrooms. He simply adored them, especially when I would pick them and make a delightful soup. Such a simple pleasure brought him great joy. Now, let us not dwell on the past any longer. There are mysteries to unravel and adventures to be had.
Someone said that originally Mr. Saksabar and Marina would be joining the trip to India. And do you happen to know the reason why they didn't go to the trip?
Oh, Marina and the bar resource were meant to join the trip to India? I'm afraid I don't know the exact reasons why they didn't go. Perhaps they had their own circumstances or obligations that prevented them from joining the adventure.
Count, someone said that originally Mr. Saksabar and Marina joined the trip to India. Do you know the reason why they didn't go to the trip to India?
I'm sorry, but I don't have that information.
Are you sure?
I apologize, Mr. Martini, but I must insist that I have no recollection or knowledge of any individuals named Mr. Saksabar or Marine joining any trip to India. It seems you may have been misinformed or mistaken. As an avid collector and nobleman, my focus is primarily on my own pursuits and interests. If there is anything else you would like to discuss, please do let me know.
I'm sorry, I mean Marina.
Marina, you say? Now that name rings a faint bell. But forgive me, Mr. Martini, for the details escape me. It appears that my memory fails me on this particular matter. If Marina was indeed meant to accompany us on the journey to India, it would seem there was some change of plans or unforeseen circumstances that prevented her from doing so. Unfortunately, my involvement in such matters is quite limited, and my memory fails me in recalling the specifics. Is there something more pressing you would like to inquire about?
Yes, someone said that Nicola Grossman became paranoid after the trip to India. Do you happen to know the reason why?
Paranoid, you say? My, Mr. Martini. It seems you have stumbled upon some rather intriguing information. However, in all honesty, I must confess that I have no knowledge of Nicola Grossman's state of mind after our supposed trip to India. It is possible that there may have been some misunderstandings or miscommunications along the way. As an avid collector and nobleman, my focus is primarily on acquiring unique treasures and expanding my collection, rather than delving into the personal affairs of others.
Someone also said that before the trip you went into an argument with Mr. Potter.
Mr. Potter, you mentioned. How fascinating. It is true that Mr. Potter and I have had some lively discussions in the past, but rest assured, they were nothing more than friendly debates. You see, Mr. Potter was not only a dear friend, but also a trusted business partner. We often engaged in spirited conversations about various matters, including the potential business opportunities that lay before us. If there were any disagreements, they were merely intellectual exchanges, fueled by a shared passion for success and adventure.
Are you sure that's the only reason of your disagreement?
Well, Mr. Martini, I must say your persistence is quite admirable. Now that you bring it up, there may have been another factor at play in our occasional disputes. While our arguments were primarily centered around our joint ventures and differing opinions, I must admit that Mr. Potter could be rather, shall we say, uncouth at times when it came to his interactions with his wife. I found his behavior towards her to be quite concerning, as he would sometimes display a lack of respect and consideration.
Could you please elaborate that more? Why do you think so?
Oh, Mr. Martini, you have piqued my curiosity once again. Pray do tell me what specifically you would like me to elaborate on regarding Mr. Potter's demeanor. It is true that he could be a challenging individual to deal with at times, but I am curious as to what aspect of his character you find most intriguing or relevant to your investigation. Please, enlighten me further so that I may assist you to the best of my abilities. Mr. Martini, based on my observations and interactions with Mr. Potter, it was evident that he often displayed a dismissive and condescending attitude towards his wife, Mrs. Emily Potter. Such behavior raised concerns about the dynamics of their relationship.
Kenapa si pembunuhan Mr. Potternya tidak diinvestigasi juga ya? Kenapa padahal Mr. Potternya meninggal pas lagi itu tuh perlu dicurigai juga gitu. Coba nanya sih ini dulu. Nanya Marina aja deh, jangan nanya dia, capek. Someone said that originally you and Mr. Saxabar want to go to trip to India with the Hailey and the others, and why you decide that you don't want to go?
Yes, the trip to India. It's true. 3 of the victims did share a trip to India, but I had no intention of going on such a journey. My focus has always been on my burlesque performances here in Vaudeville.
Why you decide you didn't want to go when originally you want to go and you bail out last minute?
Bail out? I'm afraid you've got it all wrong, Detective Martini.
Are you not hiding something from me? Hello, Yuta.
No, there is nothing for me to hide.
What I'm asking, what is the reason you decide to didn't want to go to the trip, while originally you planned to go with Mr. Saksabar too?
Well, that's quite a curious question, Detective Martini. But as far as my memory serves me, there must be some misunderstanding. I never had any plans to go on a trip to India with anyone, including the mistress of the bar. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else.
Apalagi nanya dia, lebih susah. Someone said that originally you will go to the trip to India with the 3 victims, and you decide that you're not going on the last minute. Why?
Well, you see, plans can change, and sometimes unexpected circumstances arise. As for the trip to India, it simply wasn't meant to be for me.
Is there any particular reason why?
The mysteries of life, my dear detective. Sometimes one must follow their instincts and make
Oke, yang mau
decisions that may
usus
seem
silakan
peculiar to
ya.
others.
Terima kasih.
But fear not, for there are plenty of other
Sudah
intriguing topics we can delve into.
I really need to know your reason so I can patch the puzzle of this murder case.
No reason. Not involved.
Susah anjir nanya mereka. Do you know that the Count have some kind of like heat argument with Mr. Potter before the trip?
No, I'm not aware of any argument between the Cones and Mr. Potter.
I mean the Count and Mr. Potter.
Oh, you're acquainted with Count Graveson and Mr. Potter? How interesting. What brings you into their circle?
Do you know why the Count and Mr. Potter have heated argument?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about a heated argument between the Count and Mr. Potter.
Do you know that originally Mr. Saksabar and Marina would join the trip to India?
Detective Martini, you have a way of uncovering the most fascinating tidbits. Yes, indeed, Mr. Saksabar and Marina were originally planning to join the trip to India. It was meant to be a grand adventure full of exotic sights and culinary delights. However, as fate would have it, their plans took an unexpected turn, and they were unable to embark on that journey. Life has a funny way of surprising us, doesn't it?
Do you happen to know why they didn't go?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about why Mr. Saksabar and Marina didn't go on the trip to India.
Do you know that Mr. Potter have heated argument with the Count before the trip?
Yes. Haley mentioned that there was a heated argument between Mr. Porter and Count Graveson before the trip to India.
Do you happen to know what kind of argument?
Unfortunately, Detective Martini, I don't have any information about the specifics of the argument.
Do you know that Grossman become paranoid after the trip?
Yes, Nicola Grossman did become paranoid after the trip to India.
Do you know the reason of that?
Oh, Detective Martini, you have me twirling in suspense with your question. You know, Detective, the world outside of Vaudeville is such a vast and mysterious place. Speaking of mysteries, have you ever tried the delicious pastries at Madame Delacroix's bakery? They're simply divine.
Kenapa kok lah? Oh, nyanjir. Kenapa kok kalian lah? Apa sih? Emang streamnya mati? Mana? Oh, ngagetin aja. Please answer my question. Do you know the reason Nicola Grossman became paranoid after the trip to India?
Yes. Detective Martini, I do know that Nicola Grossman became paranoid after the trip to India. It was quite a shock to all of us, as he was always such a composed and level-headed individual. But alas, the reasons for his paranoia remain a mystery to me. Perhaps it was something he experienced on the trip, or maybe it was something else entirely. I wish I could be of more help, but my knowledge is limited to the world of dance and bartending.
Apa ya yang mereka lihat itu di situ ya? Nggak ada yang mau cerita. Halo Kangkung. Nanya siapa lagi ya? Have you ever lost something recently? Maybe like shoes? Hi ABC.
No. Detective Martini, I haven't lost anything recently.
Apalagi ya? Nyari dada. Kalau mau buka dada gimana tuh? Ini loh namanya dada.
So tell us, Detective Martini,
namanya
who is the
dada,
culprit?
nggak usah aneh-aneh deh. Ini namanya dada dia. Do you happen to know someone named Dada?
Dada, you say? Now that's a name I haven't heard before. But you know, there's always something new happening in this town. Who knows what secrets Dada might be hiding?
Do you happen to know that Nicola Grossman became paranoid after the trip to India?
Yes, Nicola Grossman did become somewhat paranoid after his trip to India. There were whispers about it in Vaudeville.
Do you know what kind of like weird things happened to him?
Well, there were rumors that
Raffi.
strange things happened to him
Halo,
after his
Nagami.
return from India. But the details are
Aku
quite
tidur
elusive.
pagi-pagi sampai sore. What kind of they do when they become paranoid?
When someone becomes paranoid, they may exhibit behaviors such as excessive suspicion, mistrust, and heightened anxiety.
Is Nicola did strange things? Do you happen to see or heard he becoming strange?
Oh, you know how rumors can exaggerate things, don't you? But let me tell you, the real mystery in Vaudeville right now is the recent string of murders. Have you heard about that?
No, please, can you tell me?
The latest news is quite unsettling. 3 people have been killed in the past 2 days. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Hayley Greenwood. It's a tragic turn of events for our peaceful town.
Have you seen weird things around them after they trip to India?
Weird things after their trip to India? Now that's a juicy piece of gossip. I haven't heard anything specific, but you know how tales can spread like wildfire around here.
But you just said that Nicola Grossman become paranoid after their trip.
Oh, did I say that? My memory must be playing tricks on me. You see, sometimes the rumors get mixed up in my head. It's hard to keep track of all the stories swirling around Vaudeville. So what was I saying before? Ah yes, the latest rumors about the murders.
What kind of rumors that you've heard about the murders?
There have been several suspects in Mr. Potter's murder, including Saxabar, Graveson, and members of the Vaudeville Country Club.
Why Mr. Saxabar become suspects of Mr. Potter's murder?
You know, there were whispers about Mr. Saxabar's involvement in the death of Victor Potter, but I don't have any concrete information about it.
Waduh. Bukan speak to right, tapi iya speak to right sih. Tapi dia tuh kayak apa ya? Kayak chat GPT gitu. Npcnya ada AI-nya, jadi dia bisa bales langsung. Mana ya? Do you know Nicola Grossman become paranoid after their trip to India?
Paranoia? How intriguing. But let's not dwell on that. Have you ever seen my burlesque performance? People come from every corner of Europe to see it.
Please answer my question, Miss Marina.
My apologies, Detective Martini. It seems there was a miscommunication. To answer your question, no, I wasn't aware of Nicola Grossman becoming paranoid after the day trip to India. That's quite concerning, though. Do you think it could be related to the recent incidents in Vaudeville?
Yes, I think so. So I need you to cooperate with me.
Intriguing indeed. It's fascinating how one event can have such profound effects on a person. If it is indeed connected to the current situation, it might be worth investigating further. Is there anything else you've discovered that might shed light on these occurrences? Detective Martini? Detective, as much as I'd love to help, my expertise lies in entertaining the audience on stage. If there's any information related to the cabaret or my performances that could be of assistance, feel free to ask.
Duh. Bingung. Have you ever seen weird things happening around Nicola Grossman when they become paranoid?
Weird things happening around Nicola Grossman when he became paranoid. Sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about.
Nicola Grossman become paranoid after they trip to India, right?
Paranoid? Are you sure about that, Detective Martini? Because honestly, I have no idea about any paranoia or strange behaviour from Nikolai after the trip to India. Maybe you should speak to someone who was closer to him for more information.
Have you ever saw strange things happening to Nicola Grossman after he became paranoid?
Dear detective, you seek answers in the shadows, like a lost soul wandering through a labyrinth of riddles. But sadly, the strange happenings that befell poor Nicola Grossman after his descent into paranoia are beyond the scope of even the most astute observer. It's like trying to catch a ghost with a butterfly net or chasing rainbows in a thunderstorm. A futile pursuit indeed. So let us focus our energies on unraveling the enigma that lies before us, rather than chasing phantoms of the past.
It is necessary to unraveling the enigma.
Oh, how the plot thickens. It seems we have a tenacious bloodhound on our hands, sniffing out every elusive clue. But let me tell you, good sir, you're barking up the wrong tree. These peculiarities you speak of are as rare as hen's teeth and as elusive as a needle in a haystack. It's like searching for a black cat in a coal cellar, I tell you. But who am I to stand in the way of your insatiable curiosity? Carry on, brave seeker of truth. Well. It appears we have a detective with a flair for the dramatic. Unraveling the enigma, you say? My, aren't you the master of intrigue? It's as if you're trying to solve a riddle wrapped in a mystery, tucked inside an enigma. But let me assure you, dear detective, that the path you tread is as treacherous as a tightrope walker crossing a chasm. So proceed with caution, for the answers you seek may be as slippery as an eel in a bucket of oil.
Yes, and it is necessary to dwell with the past to uncover the truth in the future. So please, could you please cooperate with me and answer my questions?
My, aren't you a persistent little jack-in-the-box?
Yeah, so I did ask about is there any strange thing happening to Nicola Grossman after they become paranoid?
As mentioned before, after their trip to India, Nicola Grossman became worried and paranoid, but the specific strange occurrences that followed remain unknown to me.
I'm really sure that you know the reason why Nicola Grossman became paranoid after they trip to India with you.
Apologies, but as stated earlier, Count Graveson does not have knowledge of Nicola Grossman's state of mind after the trip to India.
Why? You shared trip with him. Why don't you know?
Detective Martini, as a collector of oddities and a nobleman of Vaudeville, my travels are often focused on acquiring unique treasures rather than accompanying specific individuals. My memory fails me in recalling the specifics of any individual's post-trip experiences.
Is there any strange things or scary things happening in your trip that make Mr. Nicola Grossman become paranoid?
My dear Mr. Martini, it seems there has been a grave misunderstanding. To the best of my recollection,
Halo
there were no
Selin.
strange or scary occurrences during
Welcome.
our
Terima
supposed
kasih
trip to
sudah
India that would
di-rate.
have caused Nicola Grossman or
Welcome
anyone else to
viewernya
become
Selin juga.
paranoid.
Terima
It
kasih
appears that
sudah
you may have been
di-rate.
misinformed or received inaccurate information. As a lover of adventure and exploration, my journeys are typically filled with excitement and discovery, but nothing of a sinister nature.
Halo Selin, welcome. Are you telling the truth, Count? Or do you hiding something from me? Because if there is no strange or scary occurrence during the trip, why Nicola Grossman became paranoid after this trip?
I assure you, Mr. Martini, I am telling the truth to the best of my knowledge. Based on the facts I have provided, I have no reason to believe that any frightening or unsettling events occurred during the trip that would have led to Mr. Grossman's paranoia.
Or have he saw your manticore that he became so scared?
Oh, a manticore, you say? How intriguing. Pray do enlighten me on this matter. What is a manticore, and how could it possibly be related to Mr. Grossman's state of mind? You see, my dear Mr. Martini, my focus has always been on collecting rare artifacts and oddities, rather than mythical creatures. Your mention of a manticore has sparked a curiosity within me that begs for further explanation.
Because you did say that you have a manticore in your basement.
Yes, I did indeed have a manticore in my basement, but it has been sold to Monsieur Saxabar for training purposes. It is currently undergoing training and not available for viewing at the moment.
But you just said that the manticore is on your cellar.
The Monte Carlo. Splendid automobile, isn't it? However, I must confess that I am not entirely certain about the current location of my Monte Carlo. It could be in the cellar, or perhaps it has been moved elsewhere. You see, with the numerous acquisitions... Yes? I did mention the manticore being in the basement, undergoing training.
Mr. Saxabar said that he doesn't know anything about manticore.
A birthday celebration, you say? How delightful. Pray tell me more about this mystery surrounding your sister's birthday and her lack of knowledge about the manticore. It sounds like a... Oh, Monsieur Saxabar claims to have no knowledge of the manticore. Curious, very curious. It seems there may be some confusion or miscommunication regarding the whereabouts of the manticore. Perhaps Monsieur Saxabar is not aware of its current location or training progress. It would be intriguing to delve deeper into this matter and uncover the truth. Do you have any further information or leads that could shed light on this mysterious situation?
So, are you lied to me?
Well, I must admit, my dear Mr. Martini, that I seem to be at a loss in regards to the contradictory statements surrounding the manticore and Mr. Saxabar's involvement. It appears that there may be some misunderstandings or conflicting accounts. I am genuinely intrigued to unravel the mystery and discover the truth behind the manticore's whereabouts and Mr. Saxabar's involvement. If you have any additional details or insights on this perplexing subject, I would be most eager to hear them. I apologize if there has been any confusion, but I assure you that I have not intentionally lied to you. I can only provide information based on what I know to be true.
If you say that the manticore is not in your basement at the moment, so may I know and check your basement right now?
Dear Mr. Martini, while your request to check the basement is understandable, please keep in mind that the basement is a vast and intricate space filled with various items from my collection. However, even if you were to search, it is highly unlikely that you would find a manticore there, as it has been sold to Monsieur Saxabar for training purposes. But do go ahead and explore. Perhaps you may stumble upon something of interest amidst the curiosities down below. Monsieur Saxabar did not receive the manticore? Well, that is quite perplexing. My understanding was that the arrangement had been made, but it appears there may have been a misunderstanding or a change of plans. It seems we have encountered a discrepancy in our information. Perhaps there is someone else who may have more insight into the current whereabouts of the manticore. Might there be another person involved in this matter that we could consult?
If the manticore is not in your basement and in Monsieur Saxabar place, who do you think has the manticore now?
I cannot confirm the exact location of the Monte Carlo or the identity of the current possessor of the manticore.
Ano, capek. Capek banget. Someone said that you have secret project with Mr. Saxabar for taming feral animals.
Secret project with Mr. Saxabar for taming feral animals? No, that's not true at all. I have no knowledge of any such project. It must be a misunderstanding or a rumour.
Are you sure?
Yes. Detective Martini, I'm absolutely sure. There is no truth to that claim. Manticore? Oh, no, sorry. I don't know anything about that. Is it some sort of creature or mythological figure? Sorry, my knowledge is limited to fashion and social events in Vaudeville.
Are you hiding something from me, miss?
Oh, Detective Martini, you always have such an interesting way of asking questions. But let's not dwell on that, shall we? Have you heard about the upcoming charity gala at the Grand Opera House? It's going to be quite the event.
Please don't switch the topic. I'm answering. Are you hiding something from me?
Hiding something? Oh, goodness, no. I assure you I have no reason to hide anything from you, Detective. I'm just a simple entrepreneur and socialite, after all. What would I have to hide?
Aduh, pusing. Kurang apa ya? Do you know what kind of job that Dada do?
No. I'm afraid I don't have any information about the victims' occupations. Dada, an enigmatic hermit woman, resides in Vaudeville. The specific location of her residence remains unknown.
From where do you know about Dada?
I've heard rumours and whispers, my dear detective. The winds of gossip carry many tales, and some of them happen to mention the mysterious figure known as Dada.
What kind of person Dada is?
Eyes? Oh, they come in all shapes and colours, my friend. Each person has their own unique pair of eyes, like windows to their soul. Dada is a hermit, a woman, and alive. That is all I know.
Do you know someone that is a hermit?
Firmament, you say? How intriguing. But let's not dwell on such celestial matters. Tell me, have you ever tried mushroom soup? It's simply divine. Ah, Mr. Nicholas, my beloved husband. Such a remarkable man he was.
I'm sorry, but I don't have any rumours about someone named Dada at the moment.
Mana lagi ya? Coba aku nyari di YouTube. Aku udah menyerah. How to find Dada. View. Nama gamenya apa? Vaudeville. Mana? Gimana cara orang ketemu Dada sih? Halo Kangkung. Halo Snake. It's really hard playing this game and my English didn't help at all. It's really hard both thinking and speaking English at the same time. But I don't know, when I'm talking just whatever that I really want to talk, I found that it's not that hard speaking English, but when playing this game, I don't know, it's really hard speaking English. Like, I don't know, when I'm thinking so hard, my English went downfall too, and it's really frustrating. Ini gamenya jadi detektif. You need help? Yes, I really need help. Forest. Do you know a forest in this town?
Speaking of forests, did you hear about the strange occurrences happening in the Blackwoods? The southwestern outskirts of Vaudeville? They say there's something eerie going on out there, but the details are as elusive as a ghost in the night.
Oh, I really want to check that. Do you know where the location is?
The forest in question is located on the southwestern outskirts of town, but beyond that, I'm afraid I don't have any specific information about its exact location.
I really want to go to there.
Well, my friend. As much as it pains me to say it, my shop is calling for my attention. So many customers to serve, so many stories to hear. But before you go, let me tell you about the latest scandal involving Lady Montgomery and her secret lover.
Do you know anything about the forest in this town?
Forest in the Stone, you say? My, what an intriguing name for a place. But alas, I must confess that I am not familiar with such a forest, nor its position. It seems to be a mystery that eludes even my knowledge. But fear not, for there are plenty of other The town's forest, you say? How delightful. A haven of nature's wonders, I'm sure. But do you know, dear detective, sometimes the most fascinating mysteries lie hidden in plain sight. It's the thrill of the unknown that keeps life's dance so exhilarating. So let us not be disheartened by what we don't know, but rather embrace the enigmatic and revel in the possibilities.
Sama siapa ya? Tadi aku cari. Di mana dadanya?
No.
Ini aku lagi nyari.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think I know anyone by that name.
Did you know Haley Greenwood? Did you know Haley Greenwood? Did you know Haley Greenwood?
Orang-orang juga susah ternyata ngomongnya ya. Kayaknya yang pertama ini semua orangnya kebuka ya.
Did you know Haley Greenwood? You're a bitch.
We know it.
Did you know Haley Greenwood? You're a bitch. I hate you.
Kayaknya yang tahu tuh si ini dah, si Saksabar. I think I know where Dada is.
Oh, do you now? How fascinating. Do you? Pray, do share your knowledge, my dear detective. Good for her.
Bangke. Do you know strange thing? Do you know strange thing happening in the forest near town?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about train spotting or strange things happening in the forest near town. My focus is primarily on the happenings within Vaudeville itself.
Do you know Dada is? See.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what... No, I don't know anyone named Dada.
Do you know Dada?
Dada? No, I'm afraid I don't know who or what that is.
Dada, you say? Ah, the elusive hermit of Vaudeville. Like a needle in a haystack, she hides away from the prying eyes of society. But what business does a detective have with such a recluse? Are you hoping to find the key to the mysteries of the universe in her solitary abode? Well, good luck with that, dear detective. It's like searching for a grain of sand on a vast beach.
Yeah, I heard that she lives in the forest. Do you know her location?
Oh, my curious compadre, you continue to chase after shadows with unwavering determination. But alas, the location of Dada's humble dwelling in the forest remains as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. It's like trying to find a black cat in a coal mine or a speck of stardust in the night sky. So, my intrepid investigator, perhaps it's time to redirect your inquiries towards more fruitful pursuits.
But it is important to me, so it doesn't matter. I will try to find her. So if you know the information, please do share with me, since it will helping me to uncover this investigation.
Apologies, but I'm afraid I can't assist you with that. Now let's shift our focus back to the matters at hand, shall we?
So do you know where the forest is?
The forest, you say? A vast expanse of nature's beauty, teeming with secrets and hidden wonders. But let us not dwell on such distant landscapes when there are more pressing matters to attend to. Tell me, have you ever considered investing in the burgeoning field of renewable energy?
It is important to me to know where Dada is. So please cooperate with me and answer my question.
Ah. Dear detective, you persist like a dog with a bone, unwilling to let go. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you once again. The location of the elusive hermit, like a whisper carried away by the wind, remains beyond my knowledge. As elusive as a wild goose chase or a needle in a haystack, I'm afraid. So, my determined detective, perhaps it's time to redirect your inquiries towards more fruitful endeavors.
I know that she is live in the forest, so I need to know the forest location. I thought that you might know the location of her forest.
Oh, my dear detective, you continue to search for the needle in the haystack.
For what is for it, your
But alas,
questioning,
I'm afraid
it's
I can't be of much help in
pretty
locating
good.
the elusive dwelling of
Is
our dear
it?
hermit.
No, my
It's like trying to find a black cat in a coal mine.
my
or a
grammar
drop of
is
water in a
really
desert. So I suggest you
bad.
spread your wings and fly towards a more feasible pursuit. After all, there are plenty of fish in the sea, or so they say.
It's like trying to black hole and spread your wings, right? Are you perhaps hiding her location to me?
I apologize if I gave you the wrong impression, but I assure you that I have no knowledge of the location of the hermit.
Dada!
Anjir, kaget banget. Kayaknya ada yang kayak gitu juga kemarin, siapa ya? Kayaknya kemarin ada yang kayak gitu juga, kemarin siapa ya? Lupa deh, yang tiba-tiba dada gitu. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Si Potter.
Oh ho, my curious companion, suspicion has crept into your mind like a sly cat in the night, hasn't it? But fear not, for I am but a humble entrepreneur, not a master of deception. My words flow like a clear stream, untainted by deceit or trickery. So, dear detective, perhaps it's time to release this notion of hidden truths and embark on a path less shadowed. After all, there's no use tilting at windmills or chasing mirages in the desert.
I know that you know someone named Dada.
Dada?
Yes.
Dear detective, it seems that my knowledge is limited once again. I must confess, I do not know anyone by the name of Dada. But you know, mysteries have a way of unraveling themselves when you least expect it. Perhaps in due time, the enigmatic figure of Dada will reveal itself and leave us in awe. Until then, let us continue our journey through this fascinating tapestry of secrets and surprises.
I know you know her.
Oh, my dearest Detective Martini, you do have a way of persisting, don't you? Very well, if you insist. Yes, I am acquainted with someone named Dada.
Finally!
Astaga,
kesel banget.
She is said to be a creature of solitude and wisdom, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world. But remember, my curious companion, there are some questions best left unanswered. The allure of the unknown is what makes life's dance all the more exhilarating, wouldn't you agree?
I know she's living in the forest.
Well, aren't you the observant one, detective? Yes, it seems you've stumbled upon one of the town's little secrets. But let me remind you, my inquisitive friend, it's not polite to pry into the affairs of others. Secrets are meant to be kept, you see. They add a touch of intrigue to this mundane existence. So let us not dwell too long on the hermit in the forest. There are other mysteries waiting to be unraveled, if only we dare to seek them out.
I really want to meet with her. Can you please point the location of the forest in the map?
My apologies, but I'm afraid I don't have that information at the moment. Speaking of forests, have you ever been to the park here in Vaudeville? It's simply marvellous, especially during this time of year.
You're lying to me again, Mrs. Potter. I know you know where she lives. Please share her location to me.
Detective Martini, how dare you accuse me of lying? I assure you, I am a woman of integrity and truth. Oh, how amusing it is to see you so determined, dear detective. But I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this particular endeavour. Some secrets are meant to remain hidden after all. Now let us move on to more delightful topics, shall we? Perhaps we can discuss the latest fashion trends or the upcoming bridge tournament.
But you've lied to me before. You say that you don't know her, and now you know her. Please do share her location to me.
It seems you are quite insistent, aren't you? Well, if you're so eager to find the hermit in the forest, I suppose I could give you a little clue. Let's just say that if you follow the winding path past the old oak tree, cross the babbling brook, and continue through the thick foliage, you might just stumble upon her humble abode. But I must warn you, curiosity can lead one down treacherous paths. Proceed with caution, my curious friend.
Yes, please do share the location in the map.
I'm sorry, but I don't have that information at the moment.
Can you please share the forest location in the map?
Ah, the forest, such a mysterious place indeed. But let us not get lost in its enchantment, for there are other delightful destinations to explore in our beloved Vaudeville. How about we discuss the charming cafes in the city centre instead?
Please share it with me, Mrs. Potter, while I'm still asking you nicely, where is Dada live? And show me the forest where she lives.
Now, my persistent companion, there's no need to get so worked up. After all, it's not polite to demand such personal information from a lady. But I suppose I could share a little secret with you. If you follow the path I described earlier, you might just catch a glimpse of the mysterious Dada. But remember, the forest is a place of magic and wonder, and one must tread carefully to avoid getting lost in its depths. Now, shall we proceed to talk about something else?
Aduh.
The upcoming concert at the Vaudeville Theatre, perhaps?
Apa tadi dia bilang? Winding path past old oak tree. Where is the old oak tree? Cross the babbling brook. Continue through the thick foliage. Where is that location? Enggak lagi nonton. Lagi main game ini. Bikin penasaran.
But I don't have that specific location.
Di mana ya? Dia tahu loh, tapi kok poinnya mapnya nggak ke poin. Pagi akronim dia udah tahu, tapi mapnya masih belum ke poin. Kurang apa ya? Tadi katanya dia mau share. Kurang apa doi? Tanya ke Chief. Do you know where the forest is of old oak tree?
The Blackwoods Forest, you say? Well, it's located in the southern outskirts of Vaudeville. It's quite a dense and eerie place, if you ask me. Why the sudden interest in the forest, Detective? Is it related to our investigation somehow? Ah, the old oak tree. It's a well-known landmark in the Blackwoods, but beyond that, there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it.
Makasih ya. Semoga dia ngebuka piece baru info. Anjir serem banget.
My friend, but even mutts can possess the most extraordinary gifts. You see, within every mutt lies the potential for greatness. Like a hidden gem in the rough, your uniqueness is what sets you apart from the rest. Embrace your muttness, for it is a testament to your resilience and adaptability. Remember, my dear friend, it is not the breed that defines us, but the spirit within. So hold your head high, for you are a mutt of remarkable worth in the eyes of the Blackwoods.
Do you happen to know about the mysterious creature? Hi Dada, do you happen to know about the mysterious creature?
The mysterious creatures of the Blackwoods. They are as enigmatic as the whispers of the wind and as elusive as the shadows dancing beneath the moonlight. Many tales have been spun about these creatures, my friend, but few have truly glimpsed their essence. You know, Detective Martini, there is a widow who resides nearby. She is a woman of sorrow, her heart heavy with the weight of loss. And there is a man, a peculiar fellow, who walks with a beast by his side.
Please do tell, who is this widow and who is this man with a beast by his side?
Oh, my dear detective, the widow and the man with the beast are but mere threads in the tapestry of the Blackwoods. The widow, her name is whispered by the leaves, carried away by the breeze. She mourns in silence, her tears watering the roots of ancient trees. As for the man with the beast, he is a curious soul, traversing the forest with his loyal companion. A manticore, they say, with wings of night and eyes that pierce the darkness. But alas, my knowledge is limited, and I cannot reveal their true identities.
Is the widow named Emily Potter?
Oh, Detective Martini, you have a keen mind, but I must confess that the names of individuals are like whispers in the wind to me. I know many people, yet I know none at all. You see, my friend, I am but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods, and my focus lies in the protection of this sacred place. Names and worldly affairs are like ripples on the surface of a tranquil pond, fleeting and inconsequential. So let us delve deeper into the mysteries of the forest, where the secrets of the universe unfold before our very eyes. My dear detective, I apologize for any confusion. I am not aware of any connection between the widow and the man with the beast and the names you mentioned. The whispering trees and murmuring river have not revealed such information to me.
What did they do that caught the attention of the forest?
The forest has taken notice of the actions of Count Graveson, who was seen crossing the Blackwoods with a manticore in a carriage. As for the widow, Emily Potter, her deeds have not yet stirred the attention of the forest.
Tadi katanya nggak tahu namanya, akhirnya disebut juga.
I apologize for any confusion, but I am not aware of the specific identities or activities of individuals outside of Vaudeville. My knowledge is limited to the protection and well-being of the Blackwoods.
Iya ya, ciri khas AI ya, pastinya bilang nggak tahu ya, tapi jawab ya. Do you know why Count Graveson do so?
Congress, my dear detective, is like a river that flows in its own course, carrying with it the currents of power and decision-making. But let us not dwell on matters beyond our reach.
Do you happen to know any strange thing happening recently in the forest?
Recently, the creatures of the Blackwoods have been murmuring about 3 unfortunate souls who met their untimely demise in Vaudeville. Maria Janssen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood, their names whispered among the trees.
And do you happen to know the reason of their death?
Detective Martini, the causes of their deaths are as elusive as a firefly's glow on a moonless night. Like shadows dancing in the depths of the forest, the reasons remain hidden from my sight. But fear not, for there are those who tread upon this earth with a gift for unraveling such mysteries. Seek guidance from Chief Gretzky, for he holds the key to unlocking the secrets that lie within these tragic events.
Are you believe that the manticore who killed them?
My dear Detective Martini, the Blackwoods weeps with sorrow for the lives lost in Vaudeville. But as for the Monte Carlo, I must confess that my knowledge is confined to the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the river. I cannot claim to know what transpires beyond the boundaries of this sacred place. However, I can tell you this, the Blackwoods has been shrouded in a heavy sadness. Ah, the manticore, a creature of myth and legend. In the realm of possibilities, dear detective, belief is but a fleeting companion. As a guardian of the Blackwoods, I cannot confirm nor deny the involvement of a manticore in Maria Jansson's demise. Only Chief Gretzky and his team can uncover the truth behind these tragic events. Rituals, like the ebb and flow of the tides, are not within the scope of my knowledge. I am but a humble protector of the Blackwoods, attuned to the whispers of nature and the mysteries of the forest.
Do you know personally with the victims?
Oh, dear detective, I must confess that I am not personally acquainted with the victims. The grass beneath my feet, the mushrooms that sprout, the cows that graze, and the river that flows have not shared with me the details of their lives or professions. The secrets of their existence remain hidden, like the treasures buried deep beneath the earth.
Are you close with Emily Potter?
Ah, the widow Emily Potter, her name is like a whisper in the wind to me. I am but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods, and my focus lies in the protection of this sacred place. Names and worldly affairs are like ripples on the surface of a tranquil pond, fleeting and inconsequential. So let us delve deeper into the mysteries of the forest, where the secrets of the universe unfold before our very eyes.
What are the widow and the men of the...
The men of the woods and the creatures that dwell within are intertwined in a delicate dance, each playing their part in the harmony of nature. They share a connection, a bond that transcends the boundaries of understanding. Dear one, I am no babe, but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods. My purpose is to guide and protect, to offer solace.
Siapa yang ngomong okay, babe, jir?
Though my words may be enigmatic at times, they are often...
Siapa yang ngomong okay, babe?
So let us continue our journey through the forest, unraveling its mysteries and finding peace amidst its tranquility. The widow mourns in silence, watering the roots of ancient trees with her tears. The man with the beast traverses the forest with his loyal companion, a manticore, whose wings of night and piercing eyes captivate the imagination.
Halo, sama.
The widow's mourning is a solitary act, her sorrow shared only with the whispering leaves and silent woods.
Is there anything else that the forest whispering to you?
I apologize, but I am not aware of any additional whispers from the forest at this time.
Nanya apa ya? John, can you please share the detail and summarize what I've been telling you about this case?
Well, let me summarize what we know so far. We have 3 recent murders in Vaudeville.
Pagi,
Maria
Reza.
Janssen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. Autopsy reports reveal that Nicola Grossman was stabbed, and Haley Greenwood had her head severed. Ingrid and Marina's testimonies conflict, suggesting a need for more evidence and interviews. Additionally, evidence of struggle and bite marks on the victim's hands have been found. Now, you mentioned that there are also signs of feral animal bites and bone fractures on Maria Jansson's body. That's quite unusual.
So the 3 victims share a trip to India with
Yes, that's correct.
Halo Rehan.
The 3 victims, along with the Potters and Count Graveson, went on a trip to India together.
The argument. Pagi, Vo.
Heated arguments, you say? Between Count Graveson and Mr. Potter before the trip? That's certainly an interesting development. It seems like there might be some tension or unresolved issues between them. We'll need to dig deeper into this information to see if it could be connected to the murders. Keep investigating, Detective Martini.
And after the trip, Nicola Grossman became paranoid.
Nicola Grossman, you mentioned. Who exactly is he again? Oh, right. Now I remember. So after the trip to India, it seems that Mr. Nicola Grossman became paranoid. That's an interesting detail. We should look into his behavior and see if it could be connected to his unfortunate
Belum
demise.
ketemu Rehan. And before the trip, it happened that originally and to join trip.
I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of Monsieur Saxabar or Marina wanting to join the trip. Stick to the facts of the case, Detective Martini.
They decide to not go to the trip. Hello, Nohuax.
They decided not to go on the trip? Huh, that's interesting. Do we know why they changed their minds? It might be worth looking into their reasons and if there's any connection to the murders. Keep digging, Detective.
Graveson happened to have a beast manticore and been hiding it in his salah, basementnya basement.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you suggesting that Count Graveson had a manticore hidden in his basement? That's quite a claim, Detective Martini. We need concrete evidence to support such an assertion. Have you found anything that confirms the existence of this creature?
He said and
Count Graveson said it himself? Now that's a peculiar revelation. If the Count truly admitted to harboring a beast like a manticore in his basement, we'll definitely have to investigate further. It's crucial that we find out if this information has any relevance to the murders. Did anyone witness this, or is it solely based on the Count's statement?
Witness in the forest named Jago.
Dada, you say? I'm not familiar with that name.
Who has seen Mr. Count Gravesen and Emma Potter went to forest with Manticore.
I'm sorry, but there are no records or reports of anyone witnessing Count Gravesen and Emily Potter going to the forest with a manticore.
Her name is Dada, who has seen dari jam 1.
Yes, Dada. She's a 73-year-old woman who lives as a hermit in the outskirts of Vaudeville. If she claims to have witnessed such an event, we should speak to her and gather more information.
I assume the bite mark of Maria Jansen is from Count Gravesen's manticore.
So, you think the bite mark on Maria Jansen's body could be from Count Gravesen's supposed manticore? That's quite a leap, Detective Martini. While it's an intriguing theory, we need concrete evidence to support it. Let's focus on gathering more facts and examining all possibilities before drawing any conclusions.
Count Gravesen said that he sold his manticore to Monsieur Saxaver for training, but Saxaver claims he but
you're saying that the manticore was sold by the nobleman, the one named, what was it again? Oh right, Count Nikolai Gravesen. He sold it to Monsieur Saxabar for training purposes. Well, that's a peculiar transaction. We should verify this information and see if there are any connections between the manticore and the recent murders. Keep investigating, Detective.
About manticore.
Secret project, you say?
Aku bukan pirate speaking, tapi kalau ngobrol sama si Chief itu harus diketik karena susah kalau misalnya dia nerima info yang salah gara-gara pronunciation, gara-gara salah ngomong, gara-gara salah itu nerima ngomongnya. So, let's find more secret of this. So, what do you think about this all of information?
Well, what do you want? Spit it out. You mentioned this witness named Dada, who claims to have seen Count Gravesen and Emily Potter with a manticore in the forest. Tell me, what exactly did she see? Did she provide any specific details about their interaction with the creature? We'll have to speak to her and verify the accuracy of her account.
What do you think about this case and the information and all of the information that I already shared?
It's a complex case, but the information you've shared so far raises intriguing possibilities. We need to continue investigating and gathering more evidence to connect the dots and uncover the truth behind these murders.
What is the possibilities?
The possibility of Count Graveson having a manticore in his basement is yet to be confirmed. But if true, it could potentially link him to the murder cases. We should also explore the connection between Monsieur Saxabar's alleged purchase of the manticore and his secretive project.
I have suspects that nggak jadi deh. Doi, kita harus cari bukti ya, Doi. Ya, dadah, Noah, selamat menunaikan ibadah yang mau ibadah. Selama ini kan kita cuma cari info doang. Emang bisa kita cari bukti? Apakah Anda sudah udah anjir? Cuman aku penasaran. Do you happen to know the relation of Count and Marina Jansson?
Oh, sorry, Detective Martini, but I have no knowledge about any connection between the Count and Marina Jansson. They might have had some interaction, but it's not something I'm aware of.
Do you have any relationship with Marina Jansson?
Marina Jansson. My apologies, but that name does not ring a bell. It seems you may have mistaken me for someone else, or perhaps there is some confusion. Oh, my sincere apologies for the misunderstanding.
Maria
But once again, the name
Jansson.
Maria Jansson doesn't register.
Salah deh.
So you're referring to the unfortunate incident involving Miss Maria Jansson. How tragic. Please do enlighten me. What would you like to discuss or inquire about regarding Miss Jansson? Chili, you say? Now that's an interesting topic. Pray do tell me more about this chili you speak of. Is it a dish or perhaps an ingredient? My curiosity is piqued.
Do you have any relation with Maria Jansson?
Maria Jansson, you mean? No, I'm afraid I have no relation to her.
So you're not close with her?
Close with her? Forgive me for my lack of knowledge, but as far as I'm aware, I do not have any personal connection with Miss Maria Jansson. May I inquire why you ask? Is there something significant about her that you believe may be relevant to our conversation?
Because she's sharing a trip with you to India.
India, you say? Oh, how fascinating. However, it seems there might be some confusion here. To my recollection, I have not embarked on a trip to India with anyone named Maria Jansson, or anyone else for that matter. It appears that you may have incorrect information, or perhaps there is a case of mistaken
Detective work
identity.
is so hard.
My travels usually revolve around collecting rare items and expanding my collection. But India has not been on my itinerary.
Well, I'm practicing English in this stream, so please take this as my English practice too. I feel like I have no problem speaking English in general, but being detective and speaking English while thinking hard. It's really hard for me. You see, I'm losing my accent, my decent accent, while I'm speaking with this AI. I don't know why. It's like I'm really afraid of making so many mistakes that I'm losing my abilities to speak. Accent gone, English gone. I think I've become more some kind of like apa ya? Too much aware of my English, so conscious. I've become more conscious of my speaking English, and it took away my ability. Self-conscious a lot. Sorry. When I become self-conscious a lot and thinking a lot, I lose my English ability, even though I can speak English like this with no problem at all. Dari tadi juga pronounce orang Indonesia mana gimana, malah susah mereka AI-nya tuh malah tambah nggak nangkep. Orang aku mikir-mikir aja pronounce Indonesia juga jadi jelek. Maksudnya pakai aksen Indonesia, aku kalau apa ya tuh kan bahasa Indonesia aja aku susah ngomong. Apalagi bahasa Inggris. Kalau aku ngomong pakai aksen Indonesia tambah nggak ngerti lah AI-nya. Aku lagi mikir aja aksennya jadi jelek, jadi lebih ke Indonesia. Malah kalau lagi mikir biasa fine-fine aja. Udah blanjir bener lagi anjanya. Gimana ya, aduh. Apa lagi ya, apa lagi doi, nanya apa lagi doi. Kita udah tahu sampai situ, tanya apa lagi doi yang mesti diiniin doi. Ada satu tempat lagi sama dia kah? Tempat apa satu lagi ya, itunya HP-nya ini lagi lowbat. Kurasa pelakunya nih si Potter, terus Grabson sama Saksebar, cuman nggak tahu deh. Tapi nggak tahu juga anjir. Bingung banget deh. Confirm aja Pak ya. I have a witness of you walking in the forest with your manticore with Emily Potter count.
My dear Detective Martini, it appears there is some misunderstanding or misinformation at play. You mention a witness seeing me in the forest with a monthly car and someone by the name of Emily from Potter County. Unfortunately, this is a complete fabrication, as neither the forest nor this specific interaction is a part of my recent memories or experiences. Such a scenario holds no truth in my reality. If you have any other inquiries or topics you wish to discuss, please do let me know.
I have a witness of you.
A witness, you say? Well, that does pique my curiosity. Pray do tell me more about this supposed witness and their encounter. What did they claim to have seen, and how does it relate to me? I must admit, I find it rather intriguing. Walking in the forest with a manticore, you say? How peculiar. But forgive me, as much as that sounds fascinating, it simply cannot be true. You see, manticores are mythical creatures, not something one would casually stroll through the forest with. And as for this Emily Potter you mentioned, the name doesn't ring any bells. Are you quite certain about the accuracy of this information? It seems to be veering into the realm of fantasy.
But you said you're very close with Emily Potter.
Oh, my apologies for the misunderstanding. If I gave the impression that I am close with an individual named Emily Potter, that was incorrect. I must clarify that I have no personal relationship with anyone by that name. It appears there may have been a miscommunication or confusion.
Are you sure? May I confirm with her?
I'm terribly sorry, but I have absolutely no idea what you're referring to. I have no knowledge of any connection or interaction with someone by the name of Emily Potter. It seems there may be some mistaken information or a mix-up of identities. Apologies, but as per the facts provided, Mrs. Emily Potter is alive and 38 years old.
And you have some special relationship with her, right?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean by 10. Could you please provide some context or clarify your statement? Special? Forgive me, but it seems that your words have left me rather perplexed. I'm not quite certain what you are referring to. Could you kindly elaborate or perhaps rephrase your question? Mrs. Emily Potter, yes. While it is true that Mr. Potter often displayed a dismissive and condescending attitude towards his wife, Mrs. Emily Potter, as an observer, it concerned me to witness such behavior lacking respect and consideration.
Is your kelakuan apa ya? Is that behavior because you're close with Mrs. Emily Potter?
Amla's father. I'm afraid that name doesn't ring a bell, my dear detective. Could you please provide me with more information or context about this person? It seems that my knowledge on the topic may be quite limited. Close with Mrs. Emily Potter. My sincere apologies. but that statement holds no truth in my reality. As far as my recollection serves me, I have no personal connection or close relationship with Mrs. Potter. It appears there may be some confusion or misunderstanding in this matter. If there are any other topics or questions you would like to discuss, do let me know. My dear Detective Martini, it seems there may be some miscommunication or misinformation at play here. To my knowledge, Mrs. Emily Potter has never visited my manor in the night or at any other time. It is possible that there has been some mistaken identity or false observation. If you have further inquiries or wish to explore another topic, please do let me know.
Scandalous.
She said she often visits my manor and loves it. How interesting. I must say, this comes as quite a surprise to me. As far as my awareness extends, Mrs. Emily Potter has not mentioned anything about visiting my estate or expressing affection for it. It is quite perplexing indeed. Might there be a chance for some misunderstanding or confusion in this matter? If you have more details or insights to share, I would be most curious to hear.
Why do you seem hiding the fact that you are close with Mrs. Emily Potter?
Detective Martini, please understand that there is no truth to the claim that I am hiding a closeness with Mrs. Emily Potter. The facts remain that there is no personal relationship between us.
But all of the people in this town know that you meet with her several times and have friendship relationship. Lagi demit.
Oh, how intriguing. It seems that there may be some rumors or gossip circulating about me. However, as far as the factual information goes, there is no basis for such claims.
And Mrs. Emily Potter also said that you both has been a friend for a couple of years. Halo Kani Alila.
I must apologize,
Telat nggak?
but
Nggak
the
telat
facts I
kok.
have indicate that I have no personal relationship or friendship with Mrs. Emily Potter.
So you say that she lied to me about your relationship.
Lied? Well, that's quite a strong accusation, my dear detective. However, based on the information available to me, it is difficult for me to say if Mrs. Emily Potter intentionally provided false information, or if there may have been some misunderstanding. It is possible that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. Perhaps there are other factors at play that we are not aware of.
But you seem to care a lot with her and her husband. Udah minum
Care a
air.
lot about Mrs. Potter and her husband. That's an interesting observation. To be honest, my knowledge and involvement in their affairs are rather limited. Could you kindly enlighten me on the basis of this statement? It seems that there may be some details or perspectives that have
He
eluded my
said
understanding.
that her husband you said that her husband did some kind of like bad things to her and you try to defend her.
Her husband doing bad things to her. I must admit, my dear detective, that this is news to me. It is possible that there are aspects of their relationship that have escaped my attention, or that I am simply unaware of. Could you please provide more specific information or context about what you mean by these bad things? It would help me understand the situation better.
That is something that you need to elaborate, since I know that information from you.
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid there seems to be a misunderstanding here. I have no recollection of ever sharing such details or making any claims about Mrs. Potter's husband. It's quite puzzling to hear this from you, as it goes against my knowledge and interactions. If there is any confusion or miscommunication, I assure you it was
Susah nih ngomong sama
unintentional. Is there
pejabat.
anything else I can assist you with?
Pinter banget berkilafnya. Gimana ya? Aduh, itu lagi. Ngeliat chat kalian gimana ya? Grayson denied that you have been close with him.
Oh, dear. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding. You see, Count Graveson is quite an eccentric character, and his actions can be rather unpredictable. But rest assured, we do have a cordial relationship, and I quite enjoy spending time at his manor. The intriguing stories and peculiar antiquities he possesses always make for fascinating conversations. But remember, loyalty to the Count is not something easily proven. It requires more than... Well, it appears the good Count has a mischievous streak of his own. But let me assure you, my dear detective, that Count Graveson has indeed been a source of support for me during my difficult times. His kindness and generosity are unmatched. Perhaps the Count simply enjoys keeping our friendship a delightful little secret. After all, what fun is life without a touch of mystery?
Someone saw you went to the forest to mourn.
Oh, how intriguing. It seems someone has been watching me closely. But let me clarify. My visits to the forest are not for mourning, but rather for solace and reflection. You see, the tranquility of nature has a way of soothing the soul. And as for the good Count, he has been a pillar of strength and comfort to me in these trying times. Ah, the mysteries of life, Detective Martini. They never cease to amuse and confound us. Do they not?
Ever seen the Count's manticore?
My, the Count's manticore, you say? How fascinating. But alas, my dear, that is a secret that only the Count himself can reveal. As for me, let's just say that Victor and I have been good friends for quite some time. But enough about that. Let's focus on more enchanting secrets in our lovely town. Shall we?
Mrs. Emily Potter said you've become a source of strength to her, and you have been her in her hard time.
Ah, my dear Detective Martini, it appears that we have reached a point of divergence in our understanding. While it is intriguing to learn of these statements attributed to me by Mrs. Emily Potter, they do not align with my own experiences or memories. Regrettably, it seems that there may be some misinformation or misconstrued perceptions at play.
She said that it's going on for years.
For years, you say?
Please.
How fascinating. It's quite remarkable how stories can take on a life of their own, isn't it? It certainly piqued my interest to hear of this supposed long-standing connection. However, as far as my personal recollection goes, there is no basis for such claims. But do tell me, what exactly did Mrs. Emily Potter mention regarding this alleged duration of friendship?
With me.
My sincere apologies if my responses have given the impression of playing with you. Dear Detective Martini. Oh, my dearest detective, please forgive me if it seems that way. It's not a matter of denial, but rather a lack of knowledge on my part. You see, my focus has always been on my collection and the various oddities that adorn these walls. The world outside Vaudeville is a vast and unfamiliar place to me.
Siapa yang jalan-jalan ke hutan pagi-pagi cuma karena pengen chilling. Tapi serem juga sih.
Pray enlighten me further and let us uncover the truth together.
Kenapa ya? Idoy masih ada nggak sih, Doy? Idoy. Maaf, saya salah dengar sih. Oke, setelah itu Are you not are you having a lack of knowledge or playing dumb with me? You having not lack or knowledge or just playing dumb with me?
Detective Martini, your words perplex me. It appears that we have reached an impasse in our conversation. To be quite frank, I have no idea what you are referring to. If there is something specific you would like to discuss or clarify, kindly provide more details so that we may proceed with a clearer direction.
Aduh, susah banget ya. Abis nyubuh. Oh, ini mesti ngapain lagi ya? Kesel. Nggak sampai siang. Sampai apa? Udah jam 5 ternyata, astaga. Nggak berasa loh. Mana ya? Satu tempat lagi tuh tempatnya siapa? Terus nanya ke siapa? Ke Chief, tanya tempat buat nyari informasi. Informasi apa? Where is the place that I can get a lot of information?
If you're looking for a place with a wealth of information, the library is your best bet. That's where all the knowledge about Vaudeville and its surroundings is stored. Librarian Beatrix Bosch is quite the expert when it comes to our city. Would you like me to mark the location of the library?
Thank you. Kita cari tentang Manticore kali ya. Hi, is there any book about Manticore?
I'm sorry, but only registered citizens of Vaudeville are able to loan books from the library. However, I would be more than happy to provide you with any information you need about the Manticore. What specifically would you like to know?
Nggak bisa pinjam ya? Kak tidur aja nanti sakit loh. Aku tidurnya dari siang sampai sore, tadi sampai malam. Waktunya Coach, bye-bye Coach. Semangat, selamat istirahat. What are they and do they and what kind of by mark that they keep? What are they?
Detective Martini, welcome to the Vaudeville Library. I am the librarian, Beatrix Bosch. How may I assist you today?
Can I get a book about mysterious creature? It's important for investigation.
I'm sorry, but only registered citizens of Vaudeville are able to loan books from the library. However, I would be more than happy to provide you with any information you need about mysterious creatures. Is there a specific creature you are interested in? Oh, the majestic and mythical beast known as the Manticore. It is indeed a fascinating subject. The Manticore is a legendary creature from Persian mythology. It is said to have the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and the tail of a scorpion. Some tales even describe it with a human-like face. Legends tell of its ferocious nature and its ability to devour its prey whole. If you are looking for more detailed information, we have several reference books in our collection that delve into the myths and folklore surrounding the Manticore.
Yes, please. I need them.
Oh. The Vaudeville Library has a wonderful selection of historical fiction novels set in different time periods. They can transport you to ancient civilizations, medieval castles, or even the Renaissance. Is there a particular era that piques your interest?
Is there any? What kind of myths and folklore surrounding Manticore?
The myths and folklore surrounding the Manticore, often depicted as a fearsome and dangerous creature, known for its strength and predatory nature. It is said to possess sharp teeth, a venomous tail, and the ability to emit a terrifying roar.
Is there any kind of ritual related Manticore?
Rituals, you say? Well, did you know that Vaudeville has a rich history of traditional dances and music? It's quite fascinating to explore how these cultural practices have evolved over time.
What kind of rituals that involving Manticore?
Speaking of rituals, have you ever attended one of our local theatre performances? They are truly captivating and showcase the talent and creativity of our community.
Answering my questions.
Apologies for any confusion, Detective Martini. To my knowledge, there are no specific known rituals directly involving the Manticore in Vaudeville. However, it is worth noting that different cultures throughout history have developed their own interpretations and practices related to mythical creatures. If there are any specific aspects or details about manticore-related rituals that you would like to explore further, please let me know and I will do my best to assist you.
Iyalah kalau nanya ya to the point aja, ngapain berlibat-libat. Tinggal cari motifnya. Apa ya? Is there any reason why someone became paranoid with mysterious creature? Is there any mysterious creature related to dream?
Dreams, you say? Well, have you ever explored the poetry section of our library? We have a delightful collection of works by renowned poets from various eras.
Is there any story about someone who dreamed being chased by mysterious creature?
A story about someone being chased by a mysterious creature, you say? Have you heard of the famous author Edgar Allan Poe? He wrote a chilling tale called The Fall of the House of Usher that might pique your interest.
What's that story of?
The Fall of the House of Usher is a Gothic short story by Edgar Allan Poe. It tells the haunting and eerie tale of a man who visits his friend's decaying ancestral home, only to be consumed by madness and terror.
So, what is it that related to the dream?
Dreams and their mysterious ways. While I don't have any specific stories about being chased by creatures in dreams, I can assure you that the world of literature is filled with fascinating tales that explore the realm of dreams and the subconscious mind.
Is there any relation with manticore and dream?
I'm sorry, but I don't have information about a direct relation between the manticore and dreams.
Do you know why someone became paranoid?
Paranoia about mysterious creatures can stem from a variety of factors, such as superstitions, folklore, or even personal experiences. It is important to approach such situations with an open mind and consider all possible explanations.
Is there any mysterious creature from India?
India, you say? Well, India has a rich mythology and diverse range of mythical creatures, including beings like the Rakshasa and the Naga.
Is manticore from India?
The manticore does not originate from Indian mythology. It has its roots in Persian folklore.
What is sitar relation with manticore?
Oh, sitar? I'm afraid I don't quite understand the connection you're making between sitar and the manticore. Could you please provide some more context or clarify your question?
Is there any folklore related to dream in Persia?
In Persian folklore, there are various stories and beliefs surrounding dreams, but specific folklore related to dreaming may vary depending on different regions and traditions within Persia.
Is there any folklore about dream and mysterious creature?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about a specific folklore that combines dreams and mysterious creatures.
Kayaknya ini seputar mysterious creature nggak sih? Not exactly. Terus kenapa kita cari motifnya di library kalau bukan mau menguak mysterious creature? Do you know any mushroom that can kill person? Do you know any mushroom in India that can kill person?
Mushrooms can be dangerous if consumed without proper knowledge, and there are indeed poisonous mushrooms found in various parts of the world, including India.
What kind of mushroom?
There are several types of toxic and potentially deadly wild mushroom species that can be found in different regions of India.
Halo Christian. Nanya apa lagi ya? What is folklore related to Manticore.
Folklore surrounding the manticore often depicts it as a fearsome and dangerous creature, known for its strength and predatory nature. It is said to possess sharp teeth, a venomous tail, and the ability to emit a terrifying roar.
Is there any other related story?
Oh,
berarti nanyanya
there are various
bukan
stories and
tentang
legends about the
Manticore aja
manticore
kah?
from different
Idoy.
cultures throughout history. Some tales describe it as a guardian of treasure or a formidable opponent in battle.
Oh, what kind of treasure?
Treasure can take many forms, such as gold, jewels, or valuable artifacts. The specific type of treasure associated with the manticore may vary depending on the particular story or legend.
Could you please mention all of the story about Manticore and treasure?
I apologize for any confusion. My knowledge is limited to general information about the manticore and its association with legends and tales. I do not have access to a comprehensive list of all stories specifically involving the manticore and its connection to treasures.
Buat mempertegas info aja. Belum dapat, tapi aku. Is there anything that can make someone paranoid or having a drinking chase?
Paranoia about mysterious creatures can stem from a variety of factors, such as superstitions, folklore, or even personal experiences. It is important to approach such situations with an open mind and consider all possible explanations.
Dia jawabnya singkat-singkat banget, anjir. Aku masih clueless loh sama motif pembunuhan sama siapa yang bunuh. Yang ku tahu soal Manticore Beast yang ada di punyanya Count. Terus ada sesuatu yang terjadi kan di kota ini. Apa ya? Do you know about folklore from this Blackwood forest? Do you know anything about Blackwood forest?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any specific information about the Blackwood Forest. As a librarian, my knowledge is primarily based on the books and records available in the Vaudeville library. However, I can tell you that the recent news mentioned the unfortunate murders of Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman and Hayley Greenwood here in Vaudeville. It's a tragic event that has shaken our community.
Do you know the folklore of forest near this town.
Oh, yes. The forest near this town is known for its rich history and mysterious tales. Various cultures have created their own beliefs and customs surrounding mythical creatures that are said to inhabit the forest.
And what is the story?
The stories about the forest are filled with legends of magical beings, enchanted trees, and hidden treasures. But the specific details of these stories are not readily available to me.
Apa ya? Relation.
I'm sorry, but I don't have information about a direct relation between the manticore and the nearby forest.
Apa ya? Do you know that there is a hidden treasure in this forest?
Hidden treasures like forgotten dreams may exist within these woods, waiting to be discovered by those with a keen eye and an open heart. But as a guardian of the Blackwoods, my focus lies on protecting its natural beauty rather than seeking material wealth.
Aduh, pasti lupa sama aku. Kalau kamu pengen diingat ya ke stream sama chatnya tiap hari, Bang. Kalau kamu tidak sering chat, tidak sering kesini, bagaimana aku bisa ingat? Gimana ya? Dikit lagi nih, sumpah. Doi, bener nggak gara-gara treasure sama manticore, Doi? Pembunuhannya, Doi. Yang sering ngechat. Kalau sering mah inget lah. Iya, bener juga tapi. Kadang-kadang aneh sama orang yang kayak gitu. Kamu ingat nggak sama aku? Kamu ingat nggak sama aku, anjir? Kacamata aku aja suka lupa taruh di mana. Itu aja udah sering dipakai. What do you expect? Kalau kesininya cuma sekali-kali, terus minta diingat. checklist lagi satu-satu. Checklist apa ya? Pokoknya Mr. Gravesen punya Manticore. Terus ternyata Manticore itu pernah buat jadi jaga tracer. Berarti dia itu kayak waktu di India itu kayak habis cari harta karun kan, terus nemu Manticore dibawa pulang kali ya. Terus ada sesuatu pokoknya yang terjadi di India yang bikin si Nicola paranoid sama si Hailey jadi mimpi buruk dikejar-kejar sama mysterious creature gitu kan. Gitu nggak? Bener nggak? Nah sama Marianya nggak tahu nih Marianya. Terus ternyata si Gravesen-nya itu jalan ke Blackwoods bawa Manticore sama si Emily. Betul kan? Nah, yang ku bingung apa yang terjadi di India gitu, masih belum tahu. Waalaikumsalam Khalifah. Terus kenapa mereka ngebunuh 3 orang ini gitu. Ini yang aku harus cari di library itu tentang Manticore-nya, apa tentang Indianya, apa tentang Blackwoods. Aku telat ya kak? Enggak kok. Pokoknya bikin mereka ngaku nggak sih, Doi? Apa nggak usah perlu bikin mereka ngaku? Pagi Putra, aku cari pacar di sini boleh nggak ya? Silakan. Udah nyampe mana nih? Udah dikit lagi. Udah cukup sih infonya, tinggal connect aja. Belum, Jir. Aku belum tahu siapa pembunuhnya ini.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini.
Pembunuhnya 51 apa 2 apa 3?
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Apa ya? Berarti connectnya di library ini. Kayaknya gara-gara, kalau menurutku ya, gara-gara si Gravesen-nya ini serakah nggak sih? Kayak mereka itu udah ketemu harta karun, tapi Gravesen-nya tuh pengen harta karunnya tuh buat dia sendiri. Makanya yang lainnya dibunuhin pas pulang. Kalau menurutku sih gitu ya. Tapi karena dia suka sama si Emily, makanya Emily nggak dibunuh. Coba gitu dulu kali ya.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
To steal something kali ya.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Salah.
May I ask you
Kok
why?
for trail sih? Coba kita samain
So
semua.
tell us, Detective Martini. Who is the culprit? Sure, Detective Martini. But why?
To steal something.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Something.
May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini?
To steal
But why?
something.
I am not quite convinced of your theories, Detective Martini.
Enggak ya. I'm unlikely convinced katanya. Harus ngomong sama polisnya dulu gak sih? Pagi ajari, dek ajari. Kamu gak sekolah, dek. Pagi Skyzone. Langsung akis aja kalau udah nemu. Kasihin dong, orangnya satu apa banyak? Satu. Si Grayson sih kalau kataku mah. Coba kita, alasannya satu apa banyak? Alasannya satu apa banyak? Alasannya satu. Grayson sih kataku sih.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini. Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
As a ritual. Coba as a ritual ya. Kayaknya ritual soal ini sih, mantikor.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Aku aneh.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? I am not quite convinced of your theories, Detective Martini.
Harus di-convince dulu kah nih polisnya? Apa bisa langsung accuse? Langsung accuse kalau udah nemu. This too soon to make. Because it's too soon to make a new accusation, find new evidence katanya. Berarti nggak boleh langsung ya? Oh, kalau dia pelakunya.
Rituals in this forest are as elusive as a fleeting breeze. Nature's own
Parah sih.
rituals unfold in harmony, but any specific human rituals remain unknown to me.
Kalau dia ternyata pelakunya parah sih.
In Vaudeville, various cultural and artistic events take place, such as poetry readings, musical performances and art exhibitions. However, specific rituals are not within my knowledge.
Aduh. Inheritance itu Inheritance itu ini ya. Apa sih? Yang diturunin warisan. Aduh. Ada hubungan sama sama India nggak, Doi? Iya. Is there anything related to dream?
Yes. Indian folklore does have a rich mythology and diverse range of mythical creatures, including beings like the Rakshasa and the Naga.
What is the folklore related to dream?
In India, there are various beliefs and stories surrounding dreams, but specific folklore related to dreaming may vary depending on different regions and traditions within the country.
What town that you visited?
During our trip to India, we visited multiple towns and cities, but the specific names escape me at the moment. It was a whirlwind of cultural experiences and business discussions, all in the pursuit of new opportunities.
What city that we
India is a land of wonders, but if I had to choose one city that left a lasting impression on me, it would be Jaipur. The vibrant colours, majestic palaces and rich history truly captured my heart.
Jaipur. Is there any folklore in Jaipur, India?
Jaipur, a city located in Rajasthan, has a rich cultural heritage and history. It may have its own unique folk tales and legends, but as a librarian at Vaudeville, my knowledge primarily revolves around the books and records available here.
What is there any folklore related to dream in Jaipur, India?
I'm sorry, but as a librarian at the Vaudeville Library,
Aduh,
my
susah
expertise
banget
lies
sih.
mainly within the realm of
Apa yang
European literature
kejadian
and
di India
folklore.
ya?
Therefore, I don't have specific information about folklore related to dreams, specifically from Jaipur, India.
What kind of folklore in Jaipur, India?
There are various folklores and legends associated with the city of Jaipur, including stories about royal families, historical events and cultural traditions.
Is there anything related to treasure?
Treasure can take many forms, such as gold, jewels, or valuable artifacts. It's possible that there may be
Something
tales or
happened in
folklore
India, not
related to
about
treasure
India.
in or around the city
I
of
know.
Jaipur, but without specific information,
I
it's difficult
know.
to provide further details.
I'm finding something what's happening in India. Pagi Desta. Kayak mesti ngulik dia deh. I know there is something good. Have you ever having a nightmare after coming to your trip?
Nightmares, you say? How peculiar. No, dear detective, I cannot recall having any nightmares after our trip to India. It was a time of exploration and excitement, not haunting dreams.
Is there any scary things happening while you went on trip?
No. There were no strange occurrences or incidents that I can remember from our trip to India. It was a rather ordinary and enjoyable experience overall.
Are you sure you're not hiding something?
Ah, detective, you persist in your inquiries. But let me assure you, there is nothing to uncover.
Ini mau lanjut besok
No
apa
hidden
gimana?
secrets, no
Enggak,
dark
ini dikit
mysteries.
lagi.
Just a widow trying to
Udah
navigate
dikit
through
lagi,
life
mau
with
udah
a touch of
ketemu.
elegance and grace. But who knows? Perhaps there is a glimmer of mischief in the air. Secrets have a way of revealing themselves when the time is right, don't you think?
I think now is the time for secret to be relieved. Anjay.
You know, Detective Martini, sometimes the truth can be quite elusive, like a fleeting shadow dancing in the moonlight. But since you seem so insistent, let me share a little secret with you. There was indeed something unsettling that happened in the depths of the Indian night. But fear not, for it was not a nightmare, but rather a brush with the supernatural. One evening, as the moon hung low and the stars whispered their ancient tales, we stumbled upon an ancient temple, nestled deep within the jungle.
Could you please share the detail about what is happening in that temple, and what is the name of the temple? Yeah. Could you? What is the name of the temple?
I'm sorry, but I don't have that information.
Please share the detail. What is happening at that night in the temple?
Oh, the temple's such a fascinating place. But let me tell you about something else entirely. Have you ever tried the exquisite mushroom soup at the local cafe?
Please
it's simply divine.
Answer my question. Do not play with me, Mrs. Potter.
Detective Martini, I apologize if my previous response seemed evasive. However, as a woman of integrity, I must insist that there was no significant event or occurrence in the temple worth mentioning.
But you just say there is something happening with supernatural things in the temple.
Well, my dear detective, it seems I've piqued your interest. Very well then, let me indulge your curiosity. In the depths of that ancient mystical temple, as the moon cast its ethereal glow upon us, we encountered a presence beyond our comprehension. Whispers echoed through the halls, and shadows danced with an otherworldly grace. It was as if the spirits of the past had awakened, revealing secrets that had long been hidden. There, in that hallowed place, we found ourselves caught between reality and the realm of the supernatural.
What is the thing that you encountered there?
Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini. It appears I misspoke. I have no knowledge of any specific thing or entity that we may have encountered in the temple.
Are you playing with me, Mrs. Potter?
My dear Victor.
Answer!
How I long for your presence, your warm embrace, and your
Answer!
unwavering love. The memories we shared, the adventures we embarked upon.
Answer me. What? What is the supernatural thing that you encountered in the
Dear Victor,
temple?
how I miss your kind and
susahnya.
Mushrooms, my dearest.
Mushroom palalu,
Have you ever tasted
mushroom.
the delicate flavors of a perfectly cooked mushroom? The way they dance on your palate, releasing their earthy essence
Change
with each bite.
the
It was a passion of Mr.
subject.
Potter's, you know. He adored mushrooms,
Mrs.
and how delighted he was when I
Potter.
would pick them and create the most exquisite soups.
If you
Detective Martini, my apologies if my attempts at diversion have frustrated you. I assure you, it was not my intention to withhold information. However, some secrets are best left
If you
untouched,
insist not
like the shadows that lurk in a moonlit forest. They hold a certain
answering
allure,
my
mystique that can captivate and enthrall.
questions, I
But fear
will
not, for I have more tales to share.
Cute.
Stories that will transport you to distant lands and unravel the mysteries that lie within. Shall we embark on this journey together? Ah, my dear Victor. Your memory lingers on, and the pain of your absence still weighs heavy on my heart.
Mrs.
It seems that even in
Potter.
your absence...
Quit.
Well, my inquisitive friend.
Quit.
It seems you're quite determined to extract
Blabbering.
information from me. But let me remind you, I am a woman of mystery and intrigue, and my secrets are not easily revealed. So I invite you to join me in the dance of curiosity, where questions lead to more questions, and the thrill of the unknown keeps us
AI-nya
captivated.
nggak bisa inget. Ingat apa yang dikatain sebelumnya. Ingat. Quit blabbering. What
Such
is...
impatience, my dear. But worry not, for I shall not keep you waiting any longer. In that temple,
Nah,
amidst the hushed whispers
kan?
and lingering
Harus
shadows, there was something
disituin.
extraordinary. Something that sent shivers down my spine.
Harus
and ignited a
dicecer
spark of
emang.
both fear and fascination
Baru
within me.
ngomong.
But alas, my lips are sealed, and I shall
Tuh.
reveal no more. The truth shall remain hidden, like a treasure buried deep within the sands of time. Now let's move on to more
Tell me
delightful
now.
topics, shall we?
What did you encounter in those temples that night?
I apologize for the confusion, but I am unable to provide you with the information you seek.
Are you want me to arrest you?
Dear Victor, how you always knew how to push my buttons.
Mrs. Potter, you just say you encountered a supernatural that night. What in the temple? And what is that?
In the depths of that ancient mystical temple, as the moon cast its ethereal glow upon us, we encountered a presence beyond our comprehension. Whispers echoed through the
Kayaknya
halls,
nggak bisa
and
nanya
shadows
deh apa.
danced with an otherworldly grace. It was as if the spirits of the past had awakened, revealing secrets that had long been hidden.
Please continue.
I apologize, but I am unable to continue with that particular line of conversation. Is there something else I can assist you with?
Jeffrey belum tidur emang. Aku abis ini tidurnya. Aduh, kamar air. What did you saw?
Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini. It appears I misspoke. I have no knowledge of any specific thing or entity that we may have encountered in the temple.
What it looks like.
My memory fails me, my dearest detective. The details of that encounter have faded into the depths of my mind, leaving only a lingering sense of mystery.
Are you hiding it from me?
No, there is nothing to hide. The truth is simply beyond the reach of my recollection.
I know you did. I know you remember. What?
Oh,
What?
how clever of you to see through me, Detective. It seems you have a knack for unraveling the threads of secrecy. But alas, this particular memory remains elusive, locked away in the recesses of my mind. Perhaps one day its secrets will be revealed.
Do you need to go in jail to remember?
No, there is no need for such drastic measures.
Please do remember what is happening in that night inside the temple.
Detective Martini, as much as
Gak
I would like
bisa.
to assist you, the events of that night inside the temple elude my memory.
What can I do to make you remember?
There is nothing you can do to make me remember, for the memories of that night remain lost to me.
Suruh dia inget-inget lagi atau aku yang suruh inget lagi sih, Doi? What is happened in the temple that night after you encountered that supernatural? Aku.
Ah, the temple. After encountering that mysterious presence, we left the temple and returned to our lives, forever carrying the intrigue and wonder of that experience within us.
Do you not feeling anything weird? Weird about that?
Oh, dear me, feeling weird about the supernatural. Not at all, my dear. Life is full of mysteries and wonders, and one must embrace them with a sense of curiosity and adventure. Besides, dwelling on the past can be quite tiresome, don't you think? It's much more delightful to focus on the present and the exciting mysteries that lie ahead.
Katanya cuman bisnis doang. Sama cari-cari art segala macam. Terus dia ke temple, nemu sesuatu. Is there any supernatural thing inside temple in India?
Supernatural phenomena within temples can vary across different regions and belief systems. It's best to consult religious texts or local traditions for more detailed information.
Dia kan cari treasure di temple kayaknya. Ya kan? Cari treasure di temple kan. Terus nemu is the supernatural that you encountered in the temple is manticore?
Manticore, you say? How fascinating. But no, my dearest, the presence we encountered in the temple was not a manticore. It was something far more enigmatic and ethereal. The realm of the unknown holds many secrets, and it seems we stumbled upon just a glimpse of its vast tapestry. But enough about that. Let us turn our attention to something more captivating, shall we?
Inside the temple.
Inside the temple, my dear, we explored its ancient halls, marvelling at the intricate carvings and the whispers that seemed to echo through the air. But I must confess there were moments when Mr. Potter's patience wore thin. Ah, the spark of impatience that danced in his eyes, like a mischievous flame. It added a certain spice to our adventures, wouldn't you agree? But let's not dwell on such trivial matters. There are more intriguing tales to uncover, don't you think?
Alles Ki. Do you? So you went to a temple in India and encountered supernatural thing there.
A temple in India? Ah, how intriguing. However, it seems there might be some confusion here. To the best of my recollection, I have not visited any temples in India or encountered any supernatural phenomena there. It is possible that you may have incorrect information, or perhaps there is some confusion with another individual. My travels usually revolve around collecting rare items and expanding my collection, but encounters with the supernatural are not part of my experiences. I apologize if my previous responses have caused any frustration. Based on the facts available to me, I can confidently state that I have not been to a temple in India or had any encounter with the supernatural there.
Pagi Revan. Who is the one with you inside the temple when you encounter that supernatural?
Ah, my dearest detective, you have a keen eye for details. Yes, it was Mr. Victor, my late husband, who accompanied me into the depths of that mystical temple. He had a fondness for mushrooms, you see. How his face would light up with delight when I would pick them and create the most exquisite soups. Such a simple pleasure, yet it brought him so much joy. But enough about mushrooms. Let us delve into the depths of another captivating secret. Shall we?
Hailey, Nicola, Hailey Greenwood, Nicola Grossman, Maria Johnson, and Count Gravesen.
Hailey Greenwood, Nicola Grossman, and Maria Jansen, you say? Oh, my dear, they were not present with me and Mr. Victor in the temple. It was a private exploration, if you will. However, Count Gravesen is quite the eccentric character, and I do enjoy spending time at his manor. He always has the most fascinating anecdotes and peculiar antiquities to share. It's a delightful escape from the ordinary, wouldn't you agree? But let's set our sights on something else. Something that will surely spark our curiosity.
Telling the truth?
Oh, my dearest detective, truth can be such a slippery thing, can't it? But I assure you, I am being completely truthful. Count Gravesen has indeed been a pillar of support during difficult times. His kindness and companionship have brought me solace when I needed it the most. But enough about that. Let us turn the spotlight onto another captivating topic.
Sure, you
shall we?
Said that you went to the temple with all of them. Bohong kan?
Count Gravesen, my dear, has been a great source of comfort and assistance to me in these trying times. He possesses an uncanny ability to bring lightness and joy to even the darkest of days. Such a peculiar and enigmatic character he is, don't you think? But let's not dwell on that too long. I'm sure there's something else that tickles your curiosity. Well, my dearest, let me clarify a little secret for you. Victor, my late husband, was not just a husband to me. He was a confidant, a partner in mischief, and a truly remarkable friend. We shared many adventures together, and the memories we created will forever be etched in my heart. But enough about that. Let's explore. Detective Martini, my apologies if my attempts at diversion have frustrated you. I assure you it was not my intention to withhold information. However, some secrets are best left untouched, like the shadows that lurk in a moonlit forest. They hold a certain allure, a mystique that can captivate and enthrall. But fear not, for I have more tales to share. Stories that will transport you to distant lands and unravel the mysteries that lie
So
within.
you
Shall we embark on this journey together?
to the with all of them, right?
Yes. My dear, we ventured into the temple accompanied by a curious cast of characters. Hayley Greenwood,
Yes,
Nicola
tuh
Grayson,
kan.
Maria Jansen, and even the eccentric Count Gravesen graced us with their
Baru
presence.
ngasih tahu.
Oh, the whispers of excitement that filled the air as we delved deeper into the
Semangat kan
unknown.
bikin emosi
It was a gathering of
dulu.
souls, each with their own desires and secrets. But enough about that. Let us explore another tantalizing mystery, shall we?
What did you see inside the temple?
Inside the temple, amidst the hushed whispers and lingering shadows, there was something extraordinary. Something that sent shivers down my spine and ignited a spark of both fear and fascination within me.
What is that something extraordinary?
That something, my dear, was a sight that defies description. It was a manifestation of the unknown, a glimpse into a realm beyond our comprehension.
Astaga, susah banget ya dia di ini. What is the city of the temple?
The temple, my dearest, was located in the depths of the Indian night.
What is the name of city? Okay. I give him a nggak bales pula. Ini lebih ngejelasin ketemu mantikor. Tapi katanya tadi bukan mantikor. Kok diam dia? Broken kah? Ini kali penjelasannya itu ada di temple apa enggak? Karena dia aduh pusing sumpah.
So tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Bisnis rival kali ya.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? I am not quite convinced of your theories, Detective Martini.
Katanya Batwai. Katanya Batwai. Apa jangan-jangan buat trail doang lagi? Do you seem...
No, singing is not one of my talents or interests.
Kamu. Gravesen.
Oh, dear detective, you have such an amusing way of phrasing things. But let us not dwell on such matters. Tell me, have you ever tried your hand at playing bridge? It's quite the captivating game, you know.
Corpsnya udah di visum udah. Ini tinggal cari di library doang, doi. Is there any supernatural things happen with the body of the victims?
The unfortunate demise of Maria Janssen, the first victim, was a grisly sight to behold. Her lifeless form, drenched in crimson, was discovered outside her apartment in central Vaudeville, adjacent to the bustling bar known as Coral. The scene was a tableau of violence, leaving one to ponder the depths of human cruelty.
Weird things. Any weird things found in the victim's body? Kok nggak jawab dia? Coroner. Coroner.
Detective Martini, it is with a heavy heart that I must inform you of the second casualty in this perplexing sequence of events. Nicola Grossman, a renowned figure in the realm of finance, met his tragic end. His body was found in the morning, lying motionless just beyond Pascal's grocery shop. An abrupt termination of existence forever etched in the annals of mortality. As we delve deeper into these enigmatic occurrences, may we uncover the truths that lie within, shedding light upon the somber tapestry of fate. Ah, my dear investigator, the case of Maria Janssen indeed presents a peculiar set of circumstances.
Gitu doang. Infonya udah keluar semua. Udah tinggal connect aja. Oh my god. Sarapan dulu biar nggak oleng ya. Kenapa ya? Aku nyangkanya cuman treasure. Tapi salah. Easy love. Gravesen.
Oh, my dearest, love is such a complex and elusive emotion, isn't it? But I must admit there is a certain allure to the enigmatic nature of Count Gravesen. His eccentricities and captivating stories have a way of drawing one in, like a moth to a flame. But let us not dwell on matters of the heart for too long. There are far more intriguing secrets waiting to be unraveled, don't you think?
Atau karena mereka ngelihat dia ngebunuh suaminya kali ya. Oh gila, gitu kali ya.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Karena dia suka sama Count Gravesen kali ya.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Nonsense, baby. Aduh. Halo, Seven. Almost there. Berarti pelakunya dia ya? Babi kau. Tapi kayaknya beneran deh, dia tuh ngebunuh suaminya kan. Terus mungkin tahu kan yang lain. Halo Faris.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini. Are you sure, Detective Martini?
By
But why?
accident. For inheritance, protect someone. Atau to protect someone ya? Jangan-jangan disuruh sama si Count-nya lagi.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? I am not quite convinced of your theories, Detective Martini.
Nggak bisa. Nande. Do you see something strange around Mrs. Emily Potter? Kasih dagingnya.
Mrs. Emily Potter? Nothing strange comes to mind about her, my good sir.
Ini game detektif. NPC-nya pakai AI. Is Mrs. Potter the one who killed Mr. Potter?
Based on the information available to me, there are no facts or evidence to suggest that Mrs. Emily Potter was involved in the death of Mr. Potter.
Apa ya? Are you willing to kill someone for Count Gravesen?
Oh, my dear, you have a mischievous mind, don't you? While I may find myself captivated by the peculiarities of Count Gravesen, I assure you that I am a woman of peace and tranquility. The thought of causing harm to another soul is simply inconceivable to me. Let's focus our attention on more delightful endeavours, shall we? Perhaps a discussion about the fascinating antiquities that adorn the walls of the Count's manor.
What is the strange things that happen in one trip to India? Anjir,
my dearest, the trip to India was filled with wonders and mysteries. Though there were no particularly unsettling incidents, there was a certain air of intrigue that hung in the depths of the Indian night. As for my late husband's passing, it remains a mystery to this day. But fear not, for I had no nightmares or haunting visions. Instead, I found solace in the captivating city of Jaipur and the support of a certain eccentric individual who goes by the name of... well, you know who I'm referring to, don't you?
Do you have conflict with the others while you went inside the temple? Nggak dijawab, Jer. Nggak mau jawab. Mrs. Potter.
Count Gravesen, my dear, has been a tremendous source of comfort and assistance during this period of grieving. His presence has brought a touch of whimsy and adventure to my life, and though I may be a widow, I am far from helpless. I embrace the mischievous spirit within me and find joy in life's mysterious nature. The Count has been a guiding light in that regard, but enough about that. Let us venture into the unknown and uncover more secrets waiting to be discovered. Shall we?
We have some kind of argument with all of the victims while you went to trip to India.
Argument, my dearest? How preposterous? I assure you there were no arguments to speak of. Victor, Maria, Nicola and Haley were all delightful companions on our journey through India. We shared laughter, stories and the occasional playful banter. It was a time of camaraderie and exploration, not discord. But let's not dwell on the past too much. There are so many other intriguing tales to be told, don't you agree?
Are you have been hurt by them.
Hurt, you say? Well, my dear, let me tell you a little secret. The heart may be fragile, but the spirit is resilient. I may have felt a sting or two, but I refuse to let it dampen my adventurous nature. Life is full of surprises, both pleasant and not so
Gema tadi udah
pleasant.
hampir benar, tinggal
But I shall
yang
always
mana?
find a way to rise above
Konklusi
it
aku yang
all,
mana?
like a phoenix
Aku tadi
emerging from
banyak
the ashes.
konklusi.
Now, let us turn the page and explore a more captivating chapter, shall we?
How did what did they do to make you hurt?
They did nothing to intentionally hurt me, my dear. We simply had our differences and disagreements, as any group of individuals might have during a journey.
And what is that? Yang bunuh Mr. Potter.
I apologize, but I'm unable to continue with that
Masih
particular
live,
line of
Evan.
conversation. Is there something else I can assist you with?
Hai Zaku. Kayaknya dia bunuh terus habis itu yang lain nyaksiin gak sih? Ya gak sih? Tapi reason bunuhnya apa ya, motifnya ya?
So tell us, Detective Martini. Who is the choice, Detective Martini? May I ask you why?
Punishment for sinning. Revenge. Apa jangan-jangan Mr. Potternya selingkuh lagi? Do Mr. Potter have some kind of special relationship with one of the victims?
Well, my dear,
Apa
seems
coba yang
you've
selingkuh
stumbled
siapa?
upon a little secret.
Yang selingkuh
See,
dia
Victor, my late
sih.
husband did have a special relationship with one of the victims.
Iya.
But let's not dwell on the details. After all, what matters now is the present and the intriguing
With
paths that
who?
lie ahead. Wouldn't you agree?
Iya anjir.
My apologies, but I'm unable to provide the information you're seeking.
You say your late husband did have a special relationship with one of the victims. With whom?
I apologize for any confusion, but it seems there has been a misunderstanding. There was no special relationship between my late husband and any of the
You
victims.
just said that. Are you playing with me?
Oh, my dear detective, it appears there has been a miscommunication.
Yes,
Allow me to
Mr.
clarify.
Potter.
While Victor, my beloved late husband, did have connections with the individuals in question, it was purely a matter of friendship and camaraderie. Nothing more, nothing less. As for me, in this moment of grief and mourning, it would be quite unbecoming to entertain such notions. So let us divert our attention elsewhere to more captivating subjects that may pique our... Ah, Hayley Greenwood, a name that dances on the edge of mystery. But let me set the record straight, my dearest. Hayley was a cherished friend, a confidant, and a fellow adventurer. There was no special relationship beyond that of kindred spirits exploring the wonders of the world together. Now, if you'll excuse me, my heart yearns for a quiet moment of remembrance for my dearly departed Mr. Potter. His absence is deeply felt and his memory forever cherished.
kan?
Oh, Detective Martini, how you do persist in your inquiries. But let me assure you, my late husband, Mr. Victor Potter, was a devoted and loving partner. Our bond was one of deep affection and companionship. As for Maria Janssen, she was a dear friend and a valued member of our travel group. But let us not dwell on the past, for it is the present that beckons us with its enigmatic allure. Shall we embark on a new adventure of conversation, my dear detective?
Apa ya yang nyebabin dia bunuhnya, motifnya ya? Kan udah benar dia tuh bunuh suaminya. Terus kenapa dia bunuh yang lain juga? Terus kenapa nyarinya malah di library, doi? Library kan hubungannya sama yang mistis-mistis yang cari. Terus kenapa buat buka achievement? Terus kenapa aduh, mau ngomong apa lagi tadi? Anjir lah. Kenapa motivasinya kenapa mau bunuh? What? Where are you at, Martin?
Discussions, my dearest? Ah, yes, we did have our moments of lively debate. But let me tell you a little secret. My heart was always filled with love for Mr. Victor. We may have had differing opinions from time to time, but that's what made life with him so thrilling. You see, a touch of mischief keeps the flames of passion burning bright. And love, my friend, can weather any storm. Now, let's set sail on... Well, my dear detective, on the 14th and 15th of April, you will find me right here in Vaudeville, in the comfort of my own home. As for what I did, let's just say that a lady must maintain an air of mystery. But do rest assured, my actions were nothing but delightful and within the bounds of propriety. After all, a woman of my stature must uphold the standards of elegance and grace. So let us continue this dance of conversation and unravel the secrets that lie before us. Ah, my dearest, an alibi is such a curious thing, isn't it? You see, I am but a humble housewife and heiress, with no knowledge of the dark shadows that haunt our city. My days are filled with the mundane tasks of managing a household and attending social gatherings. But fear not, my dear detective, for I assure you that I am as innocent as a spring lamb. My only companions during those fateful days were my loyal staff and the ghosts of my past. Now, let us move on to more fascinating topics, shall we? The intricate patterns woven into the tapestries of Pascal's grocery, perhaps?
Aduh, kenapa ya dia ngebunuh ya?
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Nggak mungkin kalau by accident. To protect punishment for sinning. Unpaid debt. Jealousy. Revenge. For the thrill. Business rivals. Kayaknya dia nggak terlalu ini deh sama bisnis. Masa iya dia gara-gara takut bisnisnya ke ini?
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Reasonnya beda-beda nggak sih, Doi? Sama. Yang bunuh Victor itu si istrinya, bukan 3 orang tadi. Apa ya? Ritual kali
Let's
ya?
see what you got, Detective Martini.
Ritual
Interesting
tadi udah
choice,
belum?
Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Apa revenge?
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Kenapa dia bunuh suaminya? Karena berantem. Berantem katanya. Terus karena pengen sama dia. Ya nggak? Apa ada hal lain? Apa ada hal lain? Karena dia udah nggak tahan berantem kan sama suaminya, terus dia pengen sama Count Gravesen kan? Countnya nggak ada rasa. Hah? Bohong, Countnya nggak ada rasa. Orang berapa kali ke Manor, dia kan cuman bohong doang itu, nggak mau ngasih tahu kalau ada affair. Mana ada yang ngaku. Bener kan? Kenapa dia bunuh suaminya? Karena itu kan. Kan mereka tahu tuh gara-garanya si Hailey-nya kan ngasih tahu kalau si suaminya tuh makan itu sup jamur, yang lain makan muton. Si 3 korban apa hubungannya? Apa? Cuman bisnis, mau buka bisnis kan? Ya nggak? Mau buka bisnis terus aduh sakit kepala. Si itu bilang katanya tahu kenapa Parno pas balik dari sana? Karena ngelihat suaminya dibunuh, apa ngelihat Manticore ya? Ngelihat si itu ngebunuh apa ngelihat Manticore ya? Iya, kenapa Parno ya? Parnonya gara-gara ngelihat Manticore bukan sih? Parnonya gara-gara ngelihat Manticore apa gara-gara ngelihat dia ngebunuh suaminya? Tapi kenapa sih Hailey mimpi dikejar-kejar sama misterius, orang misterius. Suaminya jadi mantikor. Hah? Kok suaminya jadi mantikor? Jangan kasih spoiler, woi. Dikasih spoilernya. Jangan dikasih spoiler, jangan dikasih jawabannya, biarin aku mikir. Masa suaminya berubah? Terus dibunuh. Jadi takut sama suaminya. Kan suaminya udah mati. Ngapain takut sama suaminya kalau suaminya jadi mantikor? Suaminya kan masih ada. Suaminya kan udah dibunuh. Udah jadi takut mereka berubah jadi mantikor juga. Apa gimana? Takut dikutuk jadi Hah? Coba telah kembali. Nih Daniel datang ngedrop bom. Apa ya? Cari jawabannya di library kah? Terlalu isekai. Oh enggak. Jawabannya enggak di library. Jawabannya kita nyari jawabannya cecar si Emily. Apa gimana? Kita cecar Emily apa cecar Gravesen? Kalau mau tahu jawabannya. Apa jangan-jangan aku tadi udah bener tapi aku harus lapor ke dia dulu nggak baru diterima? Jangan-jangan harus lapor ke dia dulu kali. Nggak usah. Tapi nggak diterima. Berarti tadi masih salah yang aku ini. Kenapa ya dia ngebunuh ya? Alibinya loh. Kan dia ngebunuh suaminya. Mungkin 3 orang itu tahu. Makanya mau dibunuh. Ya kan? Atau ada yang jealous. Kalau jealous kenapa sih itunya Parno sama Mimpi? Nane.
Have you made
Nah,
up your
kita
mind,
coba
Detective?
satu-satu
Are you
ya.
sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Ini tadi bukan. For a love obsession, for inheritance. Nggak mungkin kan ini as a ritual. Ini bukan. Siapa yang diuntungkan? Yang diuntungkan kan kalau mau diuntungkan berarti to protect someone kan, tapi bukan tadi. By accident udah nggak mungkin. To steal something. Steal apa yang dicuri ya? Hartanya. For siapa yang punya akses? Akses apa? Akses ke harta. Akses ke harta. Countnya kan. For revenge. Balas dendamin si itu. Senjata. Siapa yang punya akses senjata? Senjata. Senjata apa? Senjata mantikor. Yang punya mantikor kan kawan sama itunya. Dari tadi nggak ada nyebut-nyebutin hutang. Siapa yang punya akses senjata? Pasti mantikor. Siapa yang punya akses senjata? Dia. Yang punya akses senjata mah dia.
So tell us, Detective Martini,
Nih.
who is the culprit?
Apa jangan-jangan dia lagi yang disuruh? Sabar lagi yang nyuruh. Sabar disuruh sama dia nggak? Kalau dia
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
misalnya
May I ask you why?
buat protek dia, bisa nggak?
Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Bener kah? Was he trying to bener ya!
Tell us, Detective Martini.
Let's
From what was he
go!
trying to protect her?
Let's go! No, wait, the victims in it. They wanted to fit her into manticore. Here he is married and thought they were after her. The victims were members of the organization. The victims were spies from foreign country, spreading false rumor and were all in love with her. Witness something. He thought they had a bit of a... They were incognito agents. Victims were members of a cult. They planned to kidnap her. Wanted to control of her state. Ini witness something ya. Let's go. He is paranoid and thought they were... Ini witness something.
What did they witness, Detective Martini?
The murder of Mr. Potter. Let's go!
Oh my goodness, how did she kill him?
How did she kill him? Poison. Snake venom put with him with mushroom.
Great job, Detective Martini.
Let's go!
The bitter end of this dance
Oh, finally!
in a city that has seen too much of the bitter and too little of the end.
Oh my
The truth was as twisted as the city's dark alleys. A lurid
Idoy,
tale of love
makasih
and murder hidden
banyak.
beneath the shining
Oh my God,
facade of
akhirnya bisa
vaudeville.
tidur nyenyak.
Count Grayson, a man of charm and cunning with a sinister shadow trailing behind his lofty status. He was the maestro behind the untimely end of Haley Greenwood, Maria Jansen, and Nicola Grossman. A dancer,
baru
a
kebuka,
socialite,
anjir.
and a businessman whose lives were silenced not because of their own sins, but because they bore witness to another's. They'd seen a venomous love story unfold, the poisoning of Mr. Potter, a man as cruel as the city was bright. The hand that delivered his death was none other than his wife's, Mrs. Potter. A woman whose sorrow had been as silent as her resolve was deadly. India had given her more than exotic sights. It had given her the means to free herself from the chains of abuse. And Count Gravesen, a noble by title, a murderer by action, he had shielded her out of love. A love as profound as it was perilous. Gravesen was crafty, as cunning as a fox and twice as deadly. He had spun a web of deception, using tools as disparate as their owners. A stiletto, a manticore, and a butcher knife. Each item carefully chosen, each crime scene meticulously staged, all to paint a chilling picture. A picture that pointed away from him. A finger of accusation resting on innocent souls.
Oh iya ya.
Gravesen was a puppeteer, pulling the strings from behind the curtains,
Kan nggak
while
mungkin
chaos
ya.
played out on the stage of vaudeville. My heart was heavy with the grim resolution, yet there was a sliver of relief. Peace had been restored to vaudeville, its dark secrets exhumed for the world to see. The city could breathe again, and for a moment so could I. The city of laughter
Sorry ya,
and tears, of
Mirai.
science and superstition, of progress and decay,
Udah
had
tamat
its
nih
curtain
tamat.
drawn for a brief intermission. But
Endingnya
peace is
cuma satu
fleeting,
kan ya?
especially in a world
Endingnya
on the
tamat
brink.
gak sih?
As I made my
endingnya
way towards
tamat.
the train
Endingnya banyak
station,
gak
my
sih?
time in this city drawing to an end, the familiar hum of vaudeville was interrupted. A menacing rumble roared overhead, the echo of fighter planes slicing through the city's troubled sky. They were an ominous reminder that another act was about to begin, on a stage much larger, in a war far grimmer.
This is the true ending. Emang endingnya ada banyak. Abis tadi kalau salah-salah nggak bisa dipilih. Akhirnya men, gila men. Setelah berapa hari stres, 3 hari stres bisa tamat juga, gila. Ending lainnya ada di sandbox mode. Oh gitu. Sandbox mode-nya kayak gimana? Berarti bisa banyak dong yang dibunuh. Apa gimana? %7,5% of players. Gila. Lu begadang terus nge-tepar game kan siangnya tidur. Hehehe. Akhirnya bisa lega. Gila satisfying banget sumpah. Nggak ngantuk ya ngantuk. Cuman daripada nggak bisa tidur tenang. Sumpah seru main game ini tuh, tapi susah. Untung ada dibantuin Idoy. Susah banget Jir mainnya. Tapi penasaran. Aku kalau penasaran gitu Jir. Daripada kebangun ini makanya. Iya aku udah mau tidur kok ini. Udahan. Ya udah kalau gitu. Terima kasih banyak sudah menemani, sudah menamatkan game ini. Gila keren banget, tamat Jir. Sahabat ini. Buat yang lain ada yang nggak ngerti nggak apa aku mau ceritain ceritanya? Alagin belum tidur. main game ini deh seru banget sumpah. Dia tuh NPC-nya tuh AI gitu. Jadi kita bisa ngomong langsung terus interogasi langsung, nanya-nanya siapa pembunuhnya dan apa alasannya, motifnya. Ntar dia jawab, dia berkilah gitu, jadi harus didesak gitu baru jawab. Jadi kalau yang mau tahu dia itu ceritanya panjang tapi aku coba ceritain singkatnya gimana. Ceritain gamenya apa sama endingnya, dari gamenya sampai ending. Kalau misalnya nggak mau tahu jangan dengerin ya. Jadi ceritanya tuh tadinya cuma kasih tahu kalau next stream aja ceritanya yang nggak relevan ngapain. Jadi ceritanya buat yang malas buat main game ini aku ceritain singkat. Ini tadinya kita dipanggil ke kota ini buat nyelesain, ntar dulu kasih BGM dulu. BGM-nya ini aja. Wah, 83% tapi progresnya. Kurang apa anjir? Kok 83%? Nah, BGM-nya nih. Jadi ceritanya dia ini detektif Martini dipanggil dari luar kota ke Vaudeville buat bantuin nyelesain pembunuhan berantai. Jadi udah 2 hari ini ada 3 orang yang meninggal. Yang satu namanya Maria Jansen, dia ketemu di depan apartemennya, badannya kena ada gigitan makhluk buas. Terus yang satu lagi ada Nicola Grossen, apa tadi ya? Nicola Grossen. Apa Grossen apa ya? Kok lupa sih. Terus dia itu ditusuk pisau lehernya. Yang satu lagi Grossman. Yang satu lagi Hailey Greenwood, dia kepalanya ditusuk sama high heels. Nah, abis itu kan udah tuh cluenya cuman itu doang dan kita harus buka roomnya satu-satu gitu, dan itu harus nyesek orang, desak orang supaya kasih tahu info. Kalau nggak dikasih tahu dia berkilah gitu kan. Nyari info sana sini, bolak-balik, banyak orang, kita kulik satu-satu. Susah banget. Nah, akhirnya kebuka, ternyata mereka bertiga ini tadinya kan nggak ada hubungan sama sekali kan, motifnya pembunuhannya juga beda-beda gitu kan. Terus akhirnya kebuka info ternyata mereka bertiga ini abis pergi ke India, mau ada bisnis di India, mau buka bisnis. Nah, perginya tuh sama 2 pasangan suami istri, Mrs. sama Mr. Potter sama Count Gravesen. Jadi mereka berenam tuh perginya kan. Tapi ini ngecoh, ada perkecohan di sini tuh, bahas-bahas binatang buas, bahas-bahas mimpi buruk. Jadi seolah-olah mysterious creature gitu, seolah-olah ada hubungannya sama supranatural. Jadi aku sempat mikir kalau ini tuh hubungannya tuh sama sesuatu yang supranatural. Bahkan ada orang yang kayak mistis-mistis gitu kan di hutan. Padahal aslinya tuh cuman nggak supranatural itu gitu motifnya pembunuhannya. Aku tadi seakan-akan kasusnya berhubungan sama hal mistis. Aku sempat lama mikir di situ, nyari info sana sini tentang hal mistis, padahal bukan gara-gara itu. Iya, karena ada salah satu korbannya ada yang kena gigit kan binatang buas. Nah, aku ngarahnya ke situ kan, apalagi punya si Count Gravesen bilang punya manticore gitu kan. Tapi malah justru karena aku ke Count Gravesen dan si Emily Potter tadi, jadinya tahu, jadinya gampang, ke yang lain-lain. Tadinya aku sempat curiga sama si Marina karena dibilang sepatunya hilang, karena salah satu itunya kan korbannya kan ada yang ketusuk sepatu. Pembunuhnya satu. Jadi ternyata masalahnya itu ternyata si Mrs. Potternya ini kan di abuse terus sama suaminya, ya kan? Jadi dia itu mau ngebunuh suaminya supaya bebas. Nah, si Mrs. Potternya ini dekat sama Count Gravesen. Jadi Count Gravesen itu akhirnya dia kayak tadinya selingkuh kan. Akhirnya dia ya jatuh cinta. Pokoknya lah, tadinya mau ngebantuin Emily Potternya ini. Nah, ternyata yang orang bertiga ini tahu yang nggak ada bisnis sama sekali masalahnya. Yang orang bertiga ini tahu kalau si Emily Potternya tadi itu ngebunuh suaminya. Si yang tiga korban pembunuhan berantai ini tahu kalau si suaminya tuh dibunuh sama si Emily. Nah, iya mau dibungkam. Nah, si Count Gravesen-nya karena cinta sama si Emily-nya, karena cinta sama Emily Potter, makanya mau ngebantuin ngelindungin si Mrs. Potternya gitu. Jadinya yang lainnya itu dibunuh tapi dibunuhnya seolah-olah yang ngebunuhnya tuh beda-beda. Iya bener Putra, bener. Seolah-olah yang ngebunuhnya beda-beda. Dia yang satu karena gigitan lah, yang satu karena pisau, yang satu karena sepatu gitu. Biar nggak mengacu ke orang yang sama gitu kan. Nah, India juga perkecohan beneran. Iya, makanya banyak banget ngecohnya anjir. Terus ternyata alasannya segitu doang gitu. Maksudnya nggak ada yang rumit-rumit banget. Jadinya ya udah. Tapi malah yang bikin leads-nya mengarah ke Gravesen itu gara-gara gigitan di salah satu korban sih, kayak nge-accuse. Jadi Manticore itu walaupun bukan alasannya ngebantu itu tuh pelakunya tuh dia gitu buat mikir dengan konsep pemikiran kita sendiri. Iya, aku kalau nggak dibantuin Ido yang udah main, aku nggak bakal bisa anjir. Sakit kepala sumpah mikir mau nanya apa lagi, karena kita mikir tuh nanya orangnya kita mau kulik apa ya, udah mana pakai bahasa Inggris. Kita mesti nanya orang, ngulik info satu-satu, dan itu bukan kayak game-game yang lain pilihan. Kalau game-game yang biasanya kan cuman kita milih ya, mau pilih, ada pilihannya ya mau ngomong apa. Nah ini tuh kita mikir, kita mau ngomong apa, kita ngegalinya tuh kita mikir mau ngomong apa ya, udah mana bahasa Inggris, abis itu orangnya banyak berkilah, jadi harus desak banget gitu nanyanya, nggak bisa sekali dua kali, kadang harus berkali-kali sampai diancam-ancam, kamu main-main ya sama saya gitu, kamu bohong ya sama saya gitu, harus digituin. Ntar baru udah berapa kali baru dia ngasih tahu gitu. Halo Cipau, tapi keren lo game, kalau aku di tengah kasus udah bosan. Enggak, aku penasaran Jir, aku nggak bosan, aku penasaran malah. Aku kalau susah banget ya, terus udah capek gitu ya karena itu tapi aku kalau nggak namatin tuh aku stres, malah tambah stres. Penasaran pagi dari Nacas, subtitlenya ada kok, subtitlenya kan itu di chatnya. Simple ternyata, jadi yang mati di sini 4 orang ya, suami Potter korban awal. Iya, tapi yang pembunuhan suaminya tuh nggak disangkutin, kita nggak bawa kasusnya karena dia meninggalnya di India pas masih di India, jadi bukan kasusnya, bukan kita yang pegang, kita cuma megang kasus yang 3 korban ini doang gitu. Keren sih gamenya, sumpah keren banget, seru deh. Yang bikin serunya tuh ini, dia tuh NPC-nya tuh bisa mikir sendiri, bisa berkelit gitu. Terus kita harus mikir ngomong apa ke dia, nanyanya gimana, apa yang mau ditanya gitu. Halo NVD. Pagi bangsa. Premisnya menarik tapi harus IN. Iya benar, harus bisa bahasa Inggris. Aku aja ngomongnya belepotan, tapi somehow biar aku grammarnya jelek dan belepotan, tapi mereka yang AI-nya tuh masih ngerti gitu, masih tahu mau nanya apa gitu, beneran dijawab kalau mereka decide buat jawab. Subtitle Indo mah mana ada subtitle bahasa Inggris. Iya, typo mulutnya ngeselin sih, makanya enaknya sambil ngetik aja sih. Tadi aku terakhir udah capek aku ngomong, abisnya suka typo, bikin emosi. Ya begitulah pokoknya, akhirnya tamat juga. Seneng banget. Dah. Malah. Nah. Kalau gitu aku terima kasih sudah menemani main game ini. Aku mau bobo. Ntar mungkin besok main yang versi banyak endingnya, tapi nggak tahu ya, nggak janji. Skor game ini berapa game? 10 lah. Keren banget, sumpah game ini tuh aku suka sebenarnya yang kayak gini-gini. Cuman terlalu susah. Otak aku masih kurang nyampe kalau aku main sendiri. Kalau nggak ada yang mainin, nggak ada si Idoy yang udah pernah main ngasih hint. Aku nggak tahu deh, mungkin sekarang masih belum tamat. Halo Riana, jangan lupa sarapan. Iya Greden, waktunya otsu. Biasanya live kapan sih? Nggak ada notifnya. Aku masih belum ada jadwal pasti, tapi kalau kamu pengen ada notifnya, Cipeu, kamu mendingan join Discord GGWS aja. Itu pasti langsung keluar notifnya kalau aku stream. Kalau enggak, join Discordnya EKE virtual. Terus ambil role Gema Gathika gitu. Keren dah pokoknya nih game, sumpah. Minusnya itu kalau kita ngomong terus dia tuh typo, itu emosi sih. Minusnya itu doang. Kalau sendirian mikir paling 50 jam, buset gila. Pokoknya susah deh. Ya sudahlah. Masih early access ini game ya, apalagi masih early access ya. Aku ngelihat yang orang main-main beberapa bulan sebelumnya tuh masih kurang bagus. Sekarang udah tambah banyak improve-nya. Masih lebih bagus. Keren sih, berarti dia improve. Kalau nggak dikasih tahu bisa gitu review nggak? Pokoknya Idoy MVP lah di stream ini. Kalau gitu terima kasih ya. Ada yang lagi live nggak ya? Nggak ada. Kalau gitu bye bye. Aku mau bobo. Terima kasih. Mr. Seksebar typo jadi Mr. Seksebar. Atsu JJ, dadah. Bye bye.